I think it's gonna work. I see it here. Yeah. Hopefully Lex finds us. Let's see if I can find. He'll say in your corner quietly, "That's okay. We just got to get the party started so that there's something to listen to, right?" And we can sometimes fit in your questions while we're up there and stuff. But we need to. I think Lex will be here soon, and then it's going to be fine. There's a TikTok song that's in my head. Okay, I'm gonna watch my tutorial while people are coming in.
So let's just so we don't get confused, let's change this to legs. And also let's change this to legs too. So we'll tap on that, tap the three dots, legs. Okay, so let's tap on the legs. That way we can adjust.
It's funny, that person that came in that was mad about the simulation stuff. I just got a Reddit thing that says anyone still worshiping the simulation theory needs to read this. It's all a lie. If you're out here fully buying simulation theory like it's the gospel truth, you're straight up blind. Let me hit you with some reality. It's not a simulation. We live inside a dream. Oh my god, maybe this is that person. A dream, not some code running in a giant cosmic computer. They created the Matrix myth for one reason, to hijack ancient wisdom and trap your mind in a techno prison. That's right. A digital cage disguised as freedom. Wait, but now they're saying it's a matrix? Oh, the matrix myth. Every single ancient text talks about a dream state, not a simulation. The Bible, for example, dives deep into this. Abraham's visions, Adam's story, and so many others point to life as a waking dream. Why does this matter? Because a dream can be woken from. A simulation? No, that's just a dead end, a trap. No, it's not true. Oh, yeah! Were you here when someone was talking about the simulation thing? It's really funny because right now it just came up on Reddit. Oh, I can't hear you. Hi.
Hey, Brand, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing so well. I'm so excited to be here. I've seen some of your content and I'm like, this is some good stuff. Like, I'm so like
Oh,
to give you like a really
welcome.
like thank you. Like lowdown is like I'm not from this realm. I haven't like studied it, but like I don't know. I think you've pieced some things together pretty well. So yeah, I'd love to hear more about the like simulation and how you view it and like how we
Yeah.
should view in contrast to like how maybe mainstream media wants us to.
Yeah. So basically what's happening is the stuff that you've probably seen about the internal reality, the internal external reality, and the external reality. Mainstream media is a combination of the taking up space kind of method, where you take up so much space that everyone's concentrating on that thing and they don't know they're concentrating on that thing. So that's kind of, if you want to be anti that, that's what it is. So that's why when people say things like don't pay attention to it, there's some truth in that. But I would say that it's not the only thing. I think what we should do is not pay attention to it in the sense of watching it all the time and just looking at it and being like reporting it back and forth to each other. But when we actually think about it and go, why am I upset by this? Or why do I like this? Or why do I keep being drawn to this? And keep going deeper and deeper and deeper. What you do is, instead of taking parts of you to take up space, you take it back. And so my energies are trying to flip it. So when it starts to flip, the actual things that are taking up space, like politicians, celebrities, social media things, all that stuff, when everyone's taking that back, like not everyone, but a lot of people are taking that back, I and my energies are hoping it will flip. And so what will happen is it's not normal and it's not acceptable or accepted to keep taking up space with the stuff that's here. It's like dead. It's like recycling of the same things. And it's really cute that you asked this because it reminds me, I just was with my friend before I came live, and basically we were talking about how we always have this together where we're really obsessed with like certain either time periods or trends and things like that, and we also have a fashion background, both of us. And we're always obsessed when like it comes around for us as a personal thing, and we love it, and it's kind of like hello friend, kind of, it's like you're reintegrating another version of you that is of that time period, or there's something about that that's like a little memory stick, like I say. And so when you get that, you're bringing that into this simulation that has just the stuff of the vibe of whatever's here, right? And so when you take that in and you share it, you don't have to share it, but you share it, or you put it in you, you're putting it into, because you're made up of all of the ancestors that, you know, like building block stuff. So you put it in you, you put that into the system anyway. So even if you don't share it, people get obsessed with sharing and telling stuff. That's obviously amazing and fun, and I'm obsessed with it. But just integrating these things and like, you know, like let's say ours, what we were talking about was medieval things. So we were like obsessed with, like, about 3 years ago. We always are obsessed with medieval stuff. But 3 years ago, we were like so obsessed, and we were like getting like visions about this and like having really fun. And like, you know, like we wanted to have, like, we were making little tabards in our studio, like, you know, those little things that, you know, go over like this. And then you tie on the sides. And we were like getting really into it and the colors. And we were like, yeah. And then there was a trend recently where they were doing it, and now it's turned into the 70s one. They still call it medieval, and we're like, because what happens is the difference between what we're doing is we're like, hello, friend, of this new thing coming through, and we're integrating it and living our lives, and the other people are just consuming it. So what it is, ours is like building a relationship with another version of ourselves, and that's that. So this is kind of, if you want to be anti the stuff, this is what we do. Instead of becoming consumers and being like that, look at that thing and be like, why does this mean something to me? And then it becomes a relationship and it grows. And then instead of it being just like random repeats of everything, you know, I don't know if that helped. But if you have more questions about it, I can keep going because there's a lot.
It definitely does. And I think like maybe just a definition of like what a simulation actually is and how like it applies to us as
Okay.
like human beings and connecting back to
Okay.
the source. Maybe. I just need like a
Yeah.
like layout.
Yeah. So basically, I think the part that is interesting, as I was just talking about, is when someone was on here, they got frustrated. They saw the simulation, like, can we not call it, can we call it dreams? And I said no, because people don't understand dreams. There is no one that I have ever talked to that understands dreams. They're close, but they don't get what's going on and what that means. And so for me to say the dream, I'm being like every other spiritual person, and like, and they even said that, like, I saw a Reddit post. So that's why it's funny. I looked on while I was waiting for everybody to come back. I went on Reddit, and on the main page, it was someone talking about that exact thing. And I'm like, is that person? It was just so wild that it was the same thing. Anyway. And they're saying this, that it's dangerous to think this way, and it's another thing to get people distracted. And I actually disagree. I think that this is the closest we've got. But the downfall would be if we go, oh, it's exactly like that, and it is a computer and stuff. No, it's an analogy. Anything that humans talk about is an analogy. Like, a lot of the stuff I talk about has come from an abstract source that I talk to, and it's so abstract and it takes me time. And so that's why when people talk about like dates and they just push stuff out there, it doesn't make sense, because that's not how it works. Like, to get pure information, it's very abstract. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, when I talk about, like, when I've talked to one of the original energies that are part of the creation story, I ask how they were formed. And the things that they show me are like, people would be like, WTF. But I've been doing this forever, and I have relationships with them. So those things that they tell me, I've built libraries so I understand it. So that's the first thing to talk about. But now I'm going to talk about the simulation and why it's a simulation and why I use that analogy and why I've been like pushing it more than I normally would. It's because I call it the learning teaching dimension. And I'm going to talk about that first. I'm going to kind of go backwards, but I'm going to talk about that so that you can understand why it's just because that person happened to be in here and it's important. It means it's important. So, like I said, this is a learning teaching dimension. And I found out in June, like they were telling me stuff about it, but they like officially showed me, they pulled me out of the simulation and they showed me how I'm in I already knew I was an anchor, everyone's anchor points, right? And they showed me personally what it's like. And they took me on like missions and things like that. And what my other energy that's connected to my physical body, this isn't for everyone. People have all kinds of different things going on. And even I do, like, this is just one thing they showed my energies are doing. And I got to, for me, it was the most profound experience I've ever had. And I wasn't able to share it until like recently. I've been able to share like tiny things, but like I get to like full on talk about it now. And I'm very excited because a lot of shifts have happened. And it was one of the most You know, when people have like beautiful experiences that are spiritual, for me it was such an honor because I literally got to see like how it happens, what's going on, and it was from me. It wasn't like me seeing another energy saying like, "Oh, it was me," like what I do and what I choose to forget a lot of the time so I can live my life. Because if I'm honest, for a couple months after that, I felt very empty because I'm like, okay, well, why am I even being a human right now when I'm doing this amazing stuff? I kind of want to pass away. Like, I was like, how? And I didn't mean it in a way where I was being ungrateful, but I was just like, I prefer this. And so they never let me do it again because it was so strong. And I already have that. I'm already sensitive and I didn't pick up on it. And I prefer it that way because it was so profound. Like I literally went in. One of the jobs of my energy is to, when something horrible is going to happen to someone who is like trafficked or things like that, I go into there and teach the, you know, end people, the ending it. What like I go in and I like me, Nicole comes there and I like become like alive kind of, and I'm like, nah, and I like scare them basically. And then I've had many passing away situations. Like I can't even count how many, like just so many. So I've seen different ways it can happen too. So when I help people about this and I talk about it, I'm talking from my POV and experiences. And I know from my experiences that that's not even all there is. There's even more experiences that people have. And it's really interesting because when people talk about near death experiences, that's not near death or death at all, because death is about distribution and they're not being distributed. They are having an experience you can have, like, I can just do it right now. Like, I can do what they're doing when they talk about it. But because that's like the norm and stuff like that. Okay. So now that we know that backstory of like why I experienced this and like all that stuff, I've literally seen it. Like, it's not like I'm just like, oh, this is a theory. That's why I don't put theory, because it's like, it literally is that. And now I always, when that happens, I ask why. I went through like a huge like thing of like figuring out why, what's going on, what's the stories. And one big thing with me is that every time I talk about these things, it's always based on like it's per scenario, because I'm like, I talk about I'm the memory lady, and I do that because people need to learn what memory truly is. But I'm actually the origin lady. I can see I multi-focus. I can see what's going on and everything that's happening, and I have to tone it down so I can live life. Like it's everywhere, right? And so when I talk about these things, it's case by case. And a lot of people, I was telling my friend this too, which is like, so like, it was really cool that we chatted about this because it's like perfect for this. But you know, when people think of timelines and they think of, okay, so this is my past life, this is this, and this is that, and that's that. And how do they connect? Because other people have said this. That is, that's like almost like NPC talk, because NPCs, we can be NPCs all the time. Like everyone can. There's no NPCs, right? And so it's just it's a mentality. As soon as you only talk about what's here, that's an NPC thing. Like if you don't see how you feel about it and put yourself in it, that's an NPC behavior. That's basically what it is. So basically what happens is they, when this happens, like when people are like looking at these different things and they start having their memories, they literally get it all tangled, because the way humans get stuff and the way that they've seen it, it's all patchwork quilts. It's put together and like boop, 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 like that. And so because I can do the origin thing and I have the memories and all that stuff, I can help people not only untangle it, but I can actually see where the origins are. And this actually gets me into trouble, because I will see someone's origins and I will not see the human, and they'll be like doing crazy stuff to me and I'll be like, I love them. And they're not a good energy match human wise. Like we're not on the same page. And I'm just like, but so cute. I can see that they're like floating in blah, blah, blah right now. So it's always been a problem for me. But anyway, so when we go back to the simulation stuff. So when we say that it's a simulation, it's because I'm going to get really big here, and this is information I haven't really talked about, so get ready. But it is something I'm going to talk more about later too. So basically, you can think of, when people talk about flat earth and stuff like that, it's because everything's in layers. And so they're seeing like a layer and that makes sense to them, but they don't understand that there's, for them to get to even the point that they are now, which is like so many layers in that density, it's like where we are now is like a sphere, but there are things that look like this. So it's like, but it's always conceptual. So even this is conceptual, because if you think about it right now, we're having a concept of what we've seen in pictures. Like we haven't gone into space, like, right? That it's still, everything is conceptual if it's not in front of you, right? So even if it's like for real, it is because of many, and you have reasons why, it's still conceptual. So anyway, so those flat earth people, what they're seeing when they say there's an ice wall and there's these things coming to get you, they're seeing the, it's like almost, you can think of all these little blobs like this, and they're all next to each other. And these are the real parts of Earth, if that makes sense. And each of those have stacks. This is, again, this is conceptual, has stacks that go to the bigger energies. And there used to be 4, but now that my energy is not hidden anymore, there's 5. So there are 5 original creation energies, and it's like the glasses that everyone sees through. So you have these, like, you have those 5, right? Let's just do 5 around like this. And then they all come, every time they make something, they make another pancake and another pancake. And this is about physical reality. And each of those 5, they are the first universes, if that makes sense. So there's all these different universes going on. And then in those universes, then stuff goes on, and there's so many dramas and things happen and stuff like that, because they're starting to visit each other's things. And the pieces and branches of them are visiting all those things. So then if you have all these stacks so everything's within. So all that stuff, there's even more, but I'm not going to go there because it's going to be like too much for the live. But this is just dedicated to this. There is basically the real stuff. So that stack, that original stack, when they go and make that stack, that is the real one, if that makes sense. So it's the original time that energy created something or whatever. There's all kinds of stuff going on, that universe. And the universes are all spun together to be like, and then people think there's one universe, but it's not. There's so many different things going on. And the universes also get created to solve problems where big energies come somewhere and split up and all these things happen, and they need to create a place for those energies to keep expanding and not ruining where they are, if that makes sense. So there's so many different things that happen, but these are the original things. Now, Earth has all these things, and all the planets you see and all the things that people can see from Earth, all the, with our little telescopes and stuff. Everything is other universes, or there could be other things. They could be a universe, they could be just streaming stuff, but they represent those stack things. And they aren't the actual stack things, they are representative. And so this is why people think things are fake and stuff like that, because in a way they really are. Some of them have built things on them, and so that's why they say there's weird fake stuff on the moon, is people seeing stuff and being like, oh, what is that? And so they just assume, right? And they're onto something, but it's not quite right. Okay, so now the Earth, for example, the Earth universe, all of those things that we see outside are a part of the Earth universe. The Earth planet is a representation of that stack. That is like the original one. And so those things that people see where they're like, wow, like, real Egypt and stuff like that. And like, I've seen how Egypt is like all beautiful, and it has all these like, plants that, people don't even know about and stuff like that. That is not in this simulation. It's fake. Like, it's not. And you can think of that sand that's there is like loading. Not all sand, but that area, like especially there, it's like a loading in a video game. And why I like to say simulation in video games is because when you go in a VR thing, you bring yourself, you make it fun. Like if you meet up with friends and you make an avatar, you bring the fun to it. On its own, it's not fun. It has rules and parameters and stuff like that. There's nothing bad about it. You're not stuck. You are making it. You're bringing the stuff. And so I always talk about this all the time, where a lot of my clients will say things like, oh, I really wish I could just go to a different planet. That's a calling for you to bring stuff to the simulation if you want to. because that means you have a lot to bring. You have a lot. You're homesick. No, you're not homesick. You're there. You're already there. You have a lot to say and you're ignoring those parts of yourself. It's not a bad thing. It's just that's what that sadness and that feeling is. That version of you is like, hey, it's time to bring stuff. And you're like, oh, I just want to be where you are. They're like, you are here. That's why you know. So that's why I like saying simulation. So all those weird rules about simulation stuff, that's silly. Now, it's not really, in a way, the reason why I say simulation is it doesn't even really need to be there. It doesn't need to be like, it doesn't even, it's like, it can go away. Like a lot of people talk about getting rid of like that and being moved and stuff like that. It could go away, but it's because it's like, if you have lots of different things that you found at a vintage store or whatever, and you're like bundling them up and like in common things, it's like that. So it's like bundled up. So it's like almost like everything's here. So you're not even in a simulation, if that makes sense, but you are. It's like you have decided that you want that simulation in your head, kind of, if that makes sense. It's more like that. So it's not like we're in a simulation, but we kind of are. It's like you have decided that when you're in this locked POV, you decided that it's that locked POV, if that makes sense. So like when you decide your ancestors, like, and you decide all those things, it's like you decide, okay, I'm going to be locked in the learning teaching dimension. Does that make sense?
That makes so much sense because I guess like when I think of it, it's like we have to opt in a way, in order to start to understand this and like to grow our perspective.
Exactly.
Because I guess like, and not to like trauma dump, like, but the reason why I got into this in like, I found the Save 7 videos and then that led me to your reply on that.
Oh,
and I'm
good.
just like, I'm like, your thinking is like much like you've dissected, you've done the work versus like, I think others, like we kind of like, I don't know, like kind of just like go to whatever like is the main consensus. But
Exactly.
I think like,
yeah. Go
sorry,
ahead.
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say like, and like I was going through a really hard time at one point where like I was extremely depressed. But then like I kind of started to understand that there's kind of like, in a way, rules or like kind of like emotions that are there, like whatever our brain chemicals help us stay locked in this game, if you will.
Yeah.
Like I feel like religion is just like rules or like helping points to keep us here until the higher sources, like choose to take us out of the game. And to me,
But it's not higher, remember. In my thinking, it's expanded. So higher would still be the thinking of the, like our bodies. So like, you're like, oh, high up here. It's not. Like, if you just think of a planet, it's like, it's everywhere. So that's like our biggest hint. Like, there's no high, right? Like,
Right.
you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
so just like, it's a good way to change that in your mind because we think of higher as better and things like that. And it's like, it's incorrect because even higher vibration doesn't make sense because it's like plotting points. So like if you have like an X and Y axis, you wouldn't say, let's put it on a higher place. You would just be like, put it on X, blah, blah, blah. So you just name it or whatever you want to do. It's not people are like a higher dimension. I'm like, you mean an expanded original one? Like, you know what I mean? But anyway, continue.
And well, I guess like with that being said, like it almost, and I think this kind of goes into the simulation and maybe even purpose that goes way, it's such a deep topic. But like I maybe as a high level, like would you say like you're saying within these different universes, it's like to solve a problem, like, and it almost feels like the problems that we solve here on the mortal Earth is to like help our understanding and maybe help others.
I'd say it's more of an organization. So it's like I said, like a bundling stuff together. So like, for example, I'm going to there's a lot of stuff that goes on. So like I said, when people see those Egyptian things and things like that, a lot of the stuff going on with that's not in, that thought process. It's kind of like, I don't know if you're like, I'm really into making 3D stuff now, like in the stuff, but like I guess Westworld is a good example of that. So Westworld, if you watch Westworld, where they're like making like, you know, the beings and stuff, it's like that area kind of, but like not, it's like energetic. And so it's like some things are physical, some things are not, because they're kind of like generating stuff. And when they do that, it goes into the possibilities of choices. So I'd say, yes, there's some solving to do, but that's always been, they don't create to solve. They've always been like fixing their oopsies, and all kinds of stuff is going on all at once. So like, for example, when people think the freelance aliens I talk about are coming to get us, no, they're freelance aliens. They're literally coming to those points, like either Galactic Federation or a hub. I'm one of the hubs. There's a lot of different people that, you know, they get into star seeds and stuff. They're hubs, and they get confused because all this stuff's going in and out, and they're like, what's happening? And they're like, oh, aliens are contacting me. I'm like, no, you're a hub so that they can do their work and stuff, right? So people think they're coming, but it's like they're always coming and going. And there's other things that are not even this kind of alien thing that are happening in those loading areas I talked about. And they're doing all kinds of different things. Like there's these things called portal hoppers that literally go through, I nicknamed them portal hoppers, and they go and try out like different places that have been created, and they kind of discover stuff. So it's kind of like going to a museum, but like you go to like living museum kind of, that's like their vibe. And some of them are kind of buttholes, and some of them are family members of the original energies that made the, I call them avatars, to go to those specific places. And so they don't make sure it works, and then they have issues, and then there's problems, and there's so many stories of each thing. So that's what I said is like, when you're into these topics, oh yeah, I didn't finish that thing I wanted to say. So when I talk about these things, and I said like, when people talk about time and they're like, oh, when did that happen? And they connect it that way, they're talking about the simulation stuff, and they're doing NPC kind of stuff. But if you relate it to you, which is what I'm trying to help everybody do, which is make your map, you become the time. And so, for example, I have to be careful because I start to blend in with people who are very tangled. And I have to always, I've been practicing this, because before I just would get tangled with them, and I'd just give in, and I'd like mold in. And it's something that can happen because I'm a human right now. Even though I have that ability, it makes me tangle with them, even though I know I'm tangling with them. I'm like, bye. Like, so I now am working on that. And I actually, yeah, I'm working on that. And basically what happens is I have to keep reminding myself, I'm like, okay, even though that person is tangling with their things and like with time and kind of learning some stuff about themselves, it doesn't mean I need to change that. Or what I do is I start explaining things to them, like a proof almost, or whatever. And when that happens, I know that's when I need to back away, because it's not going to help them and it's not going to help me. So basically this is what you do, is you build this map, and the map is connected by you. You are the lines. You are the lines instead of like time. So for example, when I learned about my, there's a overlay I have, so that because we're in that way of thinking, my overlay is her name. I named her Arabella because she holds lots of stories that people think are one being, and they're not. And sometimes they are, but in this case, it's not. She holds a lot of them. And she basically is an overlay. And when I was learning about her, I knew that this other thing was going on that I learned about myself. And I'm like, is that happening at the same time? And they're like, everything is always happening at the same time. I'm like, yeah, okay. But I'm like, okay, but how did that evolve to that? And they're like, you are the evolution. Your energy is the evolution of it. So it doesn't need to make sense in a timeline, even though I wanted it to. Like I was trying to make a story because I'm writing the book of it, and they're like, no, Nicole, stop it. And it was because I was talking to this other person. And before I was fine. I was like, okay, there's a story I learned about myself, and there's this story. So I have one that is my POV from why this actual simulation even exists, and also mixed with Anunnaki stuff, and also why we have all the distortions, not just in here, but everywhere. Like big energies, everything, they're all distorted with, light is distorted. Like light is, she's lost her mind kind of. It's okay. But anyway, so, and it's not great because she's kind of everything, but it's okay. But anyway, so I'm here to, I'm the other side that is helping her, so it's okay, don't worry. But still, it's a bit, not me, but my bigger energy. So basically, and I'm free. So before I was like, I had to hold everything together, and not me, my bigger energy had to hold everything together. And yeah, it's okay. It'll be in my book. I'll be talking about more. It's also on my Patreon as well. But anyway, so I learned about that, and it could easily, a human could easily be like, okay, well, if that's happening, then, but I have so many versions of me that luckily I didn't get into that. So I only do that when I'm with someone. I'm like, okay, how can I make this make sense for them, what they know? No, no, because what I can do is help them understand their energy and how that ties together for their energy. So like, if they do want to know about a story, let's say they want to know about Atlantis. So what I do is I help them remote view, and I have techniques of doing that. That's not this. I use remote view because everyone knows about that in pop culture. So I take them there, but they cannot just go there. We anchor there. So I'm anchored there of who I am, and I anchor and I help them anchor there too. And we do that together, but I show them that so they can do it on their own anytime. And when you do that, then you can look at stuff, and you have to ask the right questions. And the questions are, okay, you know how people talk about Atlantis? Can you explain what they mean by that? Can you show me that? But you have to be anchored there. It has to be from your energy's POV, their eyes, and you have to ask for those things. And that's how you learn about this stuff without it being all wild. And try to not talk about it too much. Like, first get into your stuff and let that go, and then you can bring in those things. But that's what I recommend, because otherwise it gets so out of hand. So that's why I was saying, like, it's very important case by case. So like, if you're interested in this, then maybe find the story of what part you're interested in and how your energy is related. Because every time you're interested, it means that there's something related to it. Like, there's some kind of connection. I'm done.
No, that was all great. And like I'm following you because I feel like our interests naturally, like they're not a mistake, like they're not an accident. Like you should always explore what your natural interests are. And I think like
Yes.
yes, embody. Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah.
And like I
It's your
guess
process. It's not, your excitement is your process for that.
and I think I'm just like kind of left feeling now that understanding that like we are kind of like a like expanding bubble, almost like a understanding. Like
Yeah.
how can we maximize like our like potential here on earth? Like are we vessels here to do something very specific on
This.
each person? Or like what's the
No,
general concept?
it's this. So it's basically, it's this. It's finding all the things that you enjoy and what's calling to you, because you are allowed to do whatever you want. But the coolest thing is, I was talking about this to someone recently. So what you want to change the world, right? You can, that can be the same, that can be a different thing than what you want for yourself. So for example, if you want, for me, the change I want in the world is that flip thing, right? I would like them to flip. So I can't actually do that. I'm not a president. I'm not a spokesperson or whatever, but I can do this in my life. And we think it's just, oh, whatever. But no, you are connected to all of it. So when you do that, you make big waves, not just human to human, but like you're putting that on earth, you're writing into the earth, right? You're rewriting the code. So it's very hard as a human. I struggle with all the time where I'm like, okay, I'm not seen and no one's going to see this, but who cares? Like, I have to always remind myself, who cares? Who cares? Who cares? It's fine. But also it is fun for us to do that. It's not something to just get rid of, but just to know that that is just as important as not, if that makes sense. So when you're doing this and you're doing this process, like I said, you're bringing life into this place. And before, it was only about the limiting humans based on their systems that they've created, right? And then there was this whole thing, and like I said, when I was talking about the difference between a reset and copy paste, when there was a recent reset, the reset is when they're trying to figure out how to change the rules of it, like the parameters. And the rules that they chose was basically the like to add to it. Like they finally like they had to like argue about it, and people think those are wars, but they're not. They're literally energies figuring out how they're going to change it, if they're going to change it. And then they do a reset. And the reset is not reset as in like what we think, like a reset where you everything goes away. The reset is the change of what's possible. And when you're left with the change, the one before that, that was a big one, because there's lots of them all the time, but there was a big one before this, and this was New Earth. And New Earth is having more energy for everything in the Earth area. Just huge amounts. Instead of it being limited, it was because before there was all these things that happened, and so they had to limit and put in different dimensions. And now everything has huge access. So I'd say about, it was, now it's, I think, almost 3 years now. 3 years ago, we were only able to get information through our higher self. And it was very, even the energy stuff that we were doing was like hierarchical and stuff. And I was kind of the only one. And it was like, even I was thinking that way, but they kept saying, no, you can't think that way. It's not going to be like this soon. And I'm like, yeah, but like blah, blah, blah. And they're like, it's because you're blocked. And they would tell me, but then eventually like it happened where I had it one day and I'm like, oh, I know what you mean now. Before I was just trusting. And then, yeah, so now everyone, it doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter what you know, you're going to feel like you have more access. Like if you ask a question, it comes so fast and it is so pure and big. But the thing is we don't ask that many questions because we're so used to not being able to ask questions. So that's what happens. So when there's a reset, people think reset means like all this wild stuff happens. That's what happened, not in the simulation. Simulation resets are this. They literally change it. And like I said, the copy paste is when boo-boos happen and it's not repairable and blah, 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 right? And it's just gonna damage everybody's mental health. So copy paste like is better. But anyway, this is that, but that's like stupid stuff. That's not even important. It's still bad. Like it's like we still have to take care of ourselves because it's all connected and we do damage to all kinds of things. It's connected. And in a session, I can go deeper into why it's connected because that's going to become more of a case by case thing. But anyway, so when the reset things like that happen, basically that's what happens. Like you start fresh in the sense that you have all this stuff. And so that's why, you know how you said people like, and not people, energies come to save and do things and they need to fix things. That's not true. They come for these kind of things, because if you're just an energy working on the stuff that we create in the external reality, there's only so much they can do. You need some ground like workers, right? And so the ground workers, like they're always like, it's all the time changes all the time. Like I could have a breakdown and not be able to do the stuff I do, and there would be another person. So it's not like, oh no, it's over. Like they'd find like a way to like make it work, and it wouldn't be the same. And they've shown this to me before, but it still would work, right? And the way this works is you decide. You can literally sit on your couch and it's still enough. But when you make the contact, that's when it becomes that. So when you decide these things, when you ask the questions, when you get interested and you get really into this and follow the breadcrumbs and you do all that stuff, that's when that happens. Then you get embodied. When you fully get embodied, you will know. It's not like a secret. You basically will know because you have been doing it yourself. You have been following your curiosity. You'll be doing all that stuff. And when you get all these stories coming in that are untangled, I'm here to help with untangles, but it will still get untangled naturally. Like I don't need to do anything. It's very nice if someone does come across it, because I can make it a fun thing instead of a pulling your hair out thing. I've seen so many people that I know I could have helped, but they went through like literally hell. Like they're just like, like freaking out. And that also in itself has some relevance, and I'm sure that they had more assets than they would have if they did come to me. But you know, like I said, we're here to enjoy anyway, so like that takes away a lot of enjoyment. So that's kind of why I'm here, is to tell people that you have this. And the cutest thing that happened recently, it was 2 lives ago, there was this guy that came on, and he came on asking about good and evil and also third eye. And I said, we're going to open our third eye together right now, because our eyes are always open, but we just don't know we're opening them and then closing them and opening them and closing them. And so I first told him about movies or reading a book. When you watch a movie, you kind of just go into the movie and you're like, what was that? That's so weird. That's one. When you're reading a book and you see stuff, or someone tells you a story, or you feel things, that's one. And then I told him, I said, pick up a cat, walk with the cat, turn the cat pink, bring it to a castle. That's what that is. And he was like, oh, I'm so powerful. I didn't know I could do this. And he's like, can I talk to my ancestors? And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, let's do it now. And he was like, wow. And so that's what it is that we all can do this. And yes, people could, but they were limited in a weird way, but they still could. It was just you had to be like really interested. It wasn't like a life thing. It was like, that's why people made like things like psychics and all that stuff. It's because you really are like, oh, you had to like suffer kind of, because it was so difficult. And even that was like, again, like it was stuck in a hierarchy. So that kind of stuff. But anyway, so that's what my job is to show people that they have this, because we're already doing it. You know how people go, oh, in manifestation, they're like, oh, you need to envision it because another timeline has it and all that. No, you literally are doing it. You just don't know you are. And that's what I'm here to tell everybody, so that they can be magical like they are.
And just to kind of like, last question, just to understand, when you mentioned like dreams are something totally else, like how do dreams fit into this equation of like all these topics?
So it's not that dreams are something else. It's that humans don't understand dreams. They're trying to make it into a thing that it's not. Basically, it is the closest. I have stuff on my Patreon. It's on the first tier if you guys are interested in going deeper. And also obviously sessions, I can make it personalized and everything. But dreams, in a sense, are a redistribution like death is. It's very similar. And it's basically every single time you go to sleep, it's all the stuff that's going on, and you get to do that. So like, for example, if you're working on shadow work, or you can't work on shadow work, especially if you can't, you will sometimes be doing shadow work. But at the same time, you're not just doing shadow work, you're doing this and you're doing that and doing that. So it depends on what kind of energy you have, what you're up to, all that stuff. And you're basically seeing what is going on already. So there's like kind of no difference, if that makes sense. And the reason why I always like laugh about this is like people with like, especially like sleeping, like, where they're like, okay, your brain has to do this and you have to go through these cycles, and they talk about that. And I literally can go to sleep for 1 second and I'm in a different planet. Like I'm somewhere else. I'm in like different things. And people are like, how could you have time to dream? I'm like, because that's not what dreams are. Your body goes through a process that you can do because that's measurable, right? But your actual dreams, no. And like, that's the other thing, is when you wake up, there's different things that happen. Sometimes the dreams are something you remember, like they give you your memory stick, because remember is not a past thing. It's information. It's a memory stick, like memory stick. You either are getting that memory stick because your energy's decided you're going to remember, or you are like, there's so many, but I'm just going to give you some examples. Or you were literally in that dream, so it's a part of you now. Like you were in it and you're still there. Like you were participating as you, human you. And so you're there still. So you're having, like, it happened like to you, like still. So it's kind of astrally vibes. It's human you. And then there's also the other common one of it being you, another version of you, and human you is not there. And you still are going through an experience of another version of you. So even that can go through, and you'll not remember. You're just going to like experience waking up, like the whole process. So there's different ways. So if a human like sees brain activity and things like that, that could be the body doing certain things and preparing itself, because shadow work is it's not really just energetic, it's your actual body. So there's like homes in your body that these shadows have created, and they live there. And sometimes they live there so much that they need to be kicked out, kind of. They need to be transformed into, a friend instead of this. And they literally will become pain and all kinds of stuff, right? And so your body is the one that's holding this. So your body is going to be measured. It can be measured. So if you're like sleeping and you're doing shadow work, that's going to show up in your body and your brain and stuff like that. And so are all those. So there's still things happening when you're sleeping to your body, but dreams, all of it, those are just the styles of your experiences. Lucid, they're all the same. Astral, lucid, shifting realities, all that. It's all the same thing. But people don't understand that because they're still focused on categorizing things. It's you. It's you. You are seeing parts of you. And whether you're interacting or not, that's the difference between them. And whether you're conscious or whether you remember or not. Sometimes you remember the vibe. That means that probably it's something to know, like to know that you're working on something and like to pay attention, but your energies and you don't want to remember it. I know about this because then there's a bridge to something that's going on and you don't want that to interact in your life, and it doesn't have anything to do with you, and so they try to chop it. And so even though you yourself are like, I love dreams or whatever, they're like, no, no, bitch. Like, don't learn. Like, that happens to me a lot where I'm like, I want to know. And they're like, no. And then they have showed me before and I got traumatized. So it was like, you know, like you can still get it because it's yours, because it's another version of you. But what you're not doing, you're not remembering a dream usually. Sometimes when it's gone, you're going to connect with that version of you. And so I do that a lot in sessions too, when people really are like, oh my God, what is going on with this dream? We go and, like I said, literally they become the version of them in the dream. And we have to, there's ways to find out that kind of stuff too. And that's in those Patreon things. But anyway, sorry everybody, I got really into this. I haven't got to answer your questions.
All good. Yeah, I'll let you answer theirs and I'll look at the Patreon. But thank you so much.
Yeah. All right. Well, it was nice to talk to you too. We'll see if let's also see if people want to come up, because if they don't, we can keep talking. Does anybody want to come up? Let's see. I see Tatum's in here. And let's see who else is in here that I recognize. I know Safe doesn't want to. Let's see. No one's answering. So you can keep asking questions.
Yeah. No, yeah. I guess when like you were saying about dreams, what if you have a bad one? And you're just like, like it's a night terror. What happens then? You're just like, maybe you don't want to revisit it.
It's case by case. So it's like like if you don't want to do something, 100% don't do it. Like that. Like I know that for sure. Don't do it, because if you don't like something, that's like your boundaries as a human. It's your boundaries to yourself. It's your boundaries to everything. It's what keeps us happy in life and sane. Just don't if unless you feel like you're stuck. If you feel like this, because you'll know. If you feel like you're stuck. Any kind of shadow, shame, anger, sadness, worry, that I talk about that, like when you're like, I talked about that in the latest video where I talked about darkness and that stuff. Um, Darkness is my favorite, so that's why I always just say darkness. But it was darkness, fear, and evil. I talked about the three. And that's what I said, is that usually it is like something that you don't know what's going on. And that is the whole reason for fear. That's the whole reason for thinking someone's evil. You're seeing not the whole picture, and you're seeing someone's traumas. And so if you work, like I said, anything, if you can find why you are and not even go into that thing, just why you are, if you feel called to, it can open a door to a good relationship with yourself, or get you through to the next page. I call it like when you are going in your cycles, you can basically, it looks like little pages in a book, and there's these versions of you that are like, you feel stuck. And actually it's the versions of you being like, I don't want to come, I don't believe you, I don't like this. And you're going, come on, and you're ripping them to go to the next page. And so sometimes when we're stuck, we need to honor them in some way. Hold on, there's a puzzle thing. It's so delayed. It does a darkness on the screen, and then, okay, here we go. I don't know how it looks on your end, but this weird puzzle stuff. I don't know why they came up with this. It's so weird. Uh, okay, anyway, you have to put a puzzle to show that you're like here. Yeah, so where did we go? The puzzle distracted me.
You were just talking about like dreams and like boundaries as a human. And like if
Oh,
you're able to
yeah,
like this, like that's
yeah.
another realm.
Yeah, exactly. So everything that is interesting to you and you think is going to bring value, that can still be very painful and sad that brings value, but you need to know that it's bringing value. No digging. I don't recommend digging. You know how people dig and they're like, I'm going to do some shadow work. I'm like, no, you can do that. But to me, that's like an avalanche and it shows that you're not prepared. If you're prepared, you're going to have an energy match with another version of you, whether it's a painful thing, a magical thing, a parallel life, it doesn't matter. But that means when you're connecting with them and it happens naturally, or you are interested, that's also natural. It basically will always be a good thing. And it means you're prepared and it means you're a good match. So that's why I struggle with this. I'm jealous of you guys. I struggle with this because it is very hard for me to know good matches with people because see all of the cool stuff and there's so much cool stuff about everyone, even the most people that you think are disgusting. There's so much cool stuff going on, like funny things, cool things. And for me, it's very hard. And I've had to work really hard on the human, like being like, okay, am I an energetic match to the human? Because I'm drawn to those and I'm sure they're drawn to me as well. And then when we see each other, we're like, ah, because I'm like, oh my God, amazing. And then they're like, yeah, they're like, they don't want to change stuff about hierarchy things. And they're like angry about, like, making sure that like people are, I don't know, being disrespectful and thinking that they're like the best or whatever. That doesn't match me because I don't feel that way. And so like, that's just an example. I wouldn't be able to get along with that person. Doesn't mean they're mean or bad or less or whatever. It's just that we don't think in a way that is going to help us bring all our cool stuff to the table. It's not. It's going to stop us from doing that. We're going to have to deal with that first. And it doesn't mean that I don't like fights or like I'm like weird like that. I still do that, but it means that we're an energetic match. So the way that we're going to do it, I know that like we're both we both have the same intentions. So like if we're having a fight about something, I respect that fight because it means that maybe I'm going to learn something even. But if the person I don't get along with them, like as in like we don't think similar, we won't be able to challenge each other. So I do like challenges, but I want the challenges to be for the same reasons. Like, for example, like I might be going off track of something that I normally like. I know I like makes you a better person, right? Like I do like that friction, but for that reason. But if the person's like being abusive on accident because it's abusive to me, that's not cool, you know?
No, exactly. And like I don't know, I feel like once you kind of do get that different perspective, it's like you want to know that your breath is worthwhile in a way. Like are we even gonna like if we don't have the same perspective, then it's like, is this conversation gonna get us anywhere? So I can definitely see where that.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, because like if you think about it, it's like tools. So if one person has tools of, I don't know, like it's not a bad thing, but like let's say they're very um I'm trying to think of a one that's not too much, but like you just like you grew up with tools to be able to talk about things and stuff like that, and then you like that one person and then the other person got abused when they were younger and didn't think very much of themselves, and they're working on like not being a people pleaser, and they are a people pleaser, and then those people come together, it doesn't go because that person's working on not giving everything forever, and then this one's like super okay with everything, and they're like, what's your problem, and like they need someone to be like more tender with it, whatever, right? So it's like when we think like, oh, that person's like, that's what a lot of people say on TikTok, especially like, oh, that person's evil, or oh, that person's like, no, probably not. Yeah, they shouldn't have acted that way, but like that kind of interaction, it will get us away from the fun, big interactions that are around us. Okay, let's see. Tatum says, why does the dark night of the soul come in waves? Why not just one big one and then no more? Because that's not how nature works. So it's always going to be cycles, because we are in a compact version of infinity, right? And so, another cool thing I learned today, that cracked me up, is that when people say, uh, they say like, you aren't, what did they say? People go, oh, you're a tiny piece, or you're a piece of God, or you're just miniature. It's actually the opposite. We are like seeds. So we hold, the more dense you are, the reason why you're dense is because you hold more of everything. So all the stories, all the things, but then your stream and what makes you special, that's why people go, oh, no one's special and we're all the same. It's because we hold all of it. So we literally hold everything. So the more dense you are, the more you hold everything. And it's the opposite. So we're actually bigger, which is wild and doesn't make any sense, because we're bigger in that sense. And that's what makes physical reality, is it holds more. So it's like tons and tons of copies of things over and over again. So when we're doing that, nature is, the way that we see nature and stuff comes from, nature is like the cycles of nature and things like that. They basically are the ones that invented the cycles of infinity, like to keep those going and stuff like that. So nature brought that in, and they continue those cycles and stuff like that. And so the cycles are a part of how it is. So the reason why there's cycles is, like I said, it's infinity. It's a representative of infinity. But you also, what Dark Night of the Soul are, it's basically making new seats at the table. People think it's about getting rid of things, ego deaths, all that stuff. It's not. It's about you can think of it like, you live your life and you're like, okay, I want to do this. Okay, now you're like, okay, I have all these traumas that make it so I can't do this. And you keep ignoring. And then all of a sudden your shadows are like, bah! Right? And so then the only way is to either just keep going with the shadows going, bah, 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 and you finally notice them, or you do a shadow work situation where you meet them. And then they become a doorway, they become an asset, and they actually become the seat, so that more things that you want can come to that seat and you have more space. So that's why. It's because we're in this dense, like holding all this stuff, holding everything. And for us to be able to get, how I said we're streaming, to get those direct streams that we want, instead of it just being all that stuff, you basically work on all that stuff. So that stuff can be good stuff, it can be annoying stuff, it could be trauma, it could be all kinds of stuff. You choose what transforms and goes, kind of. It doesn't go, it just transforms. And so that's what that cycle is. And so the one where it completely flips is the painful one, because we have not been taught that it's an asset. We don't get taught this, and it's really sad, because when you're in that state, how are you supposed to remember these things? When, if you were taught this since you were a kid, you would be able to, right? So that's why we still think of it as, oh, here goes the dark night of the soul. We think of it as a gross thing, or when it's happening, it's gross, but it's the perspective. If we had that upbringing, and we're re-teaching ourselves as well, but if we had that upbringing, it would be a beautiful process, because it actually is. I've had a few that I actually enjoyed, and I've also had still some that are gross, because still I'm figuring out, like, you have to define it for yourself. But that's why it wouldn't come in one wave, because that's not how life is. Makes sense, like the moon and sun and collective with cycles. So, yeah, exactly. Everything is a cycle. Yeah, even our skin, it's a cycle. It does a little skin refresh. I see the cycles of nature of physical representatives. I see the cycles of nature of physical representatives as eternal creation and destruction, starts and endings. No, starts and endings don't exist. That is an an understanding of humanity. It's a measurement of humanity, but it doesn't exist. It only exists in human systems. There's no beginning and no end. Even we say end of the year, and there's no end of the year. It's a transformation cycle. No ends. No end of the world. Changes. So, like, for example, when you pass away, it is a distribution process. And how you're distributed is depending on you, depending on the energies, depending on all kinds of stuff. And even when you're being distributed, it's not one POV anymore. So not only are you being redistributed, but you also become more POVs, not one. You don't stay one. You just go shoo. But you can choose to be one if you want to. You can choose to focus on one. So there's no beginning and end. It doesn't exist. It does for humans. Humans have made that. And then the other thing that was beautiful they were telling me about today, and actually for a week they've been telling me, but today they were really into it. My energies were talking about when you pass away, it's not just the POV of the people that are still there. It's what you leave behind. So that is what it is. It's about so from the POV of them and POV of this place, it's you leave that stuff behind. So like anything, like physical stuff, what you did, your story, it's left behind in this little place, like the most potent. So like whatever you worked on, like let's say you were worked on, meaning just lived life, wherever you lived life, that will be rewritten in that code. Like you will be in that forever. Like your energy will be like, it's a gift that you give. And that's why people see unalived versions of themselves and think it's past lives, is because they see those codes that have been left behind. Those are what's been left behind. That focus has been left behind, if that makes sense. So it's like you're still gonna focus on something else, but that focus still stays there. It's forever. I see the cycles of nature and physical represent. Oh yeah. So that's a not physical structure. It is a human system structure. It's a human POV structure. Physical is still a part of nature. Physical is a density. So it's you can think of the the nature as not the nature you see, but nature that put nature in here. Those energies, when they put the energies in here, they are like what were we saying? Yeah, they created that density, like how, for all the things, like how does it work, like how does it work? So like for example, if you were like I keep using 3D modeling because that's what I'm working on learning right now. So like when you're working on those little models and stuff, it's basically going to be there's going to be rules and a project that you need, like parameters, right? So when you have a vessel, there's rules, right? So like a body or whatever, there's like the physicality. So those are the rules, like of how it holds together. So that would be actually science, like what people have looked into. But those are and they put those possibilities into there. It is memory. I'd say it's new possibilities. So whatever you do, because all time is now, it goes into there as you're going and also after. So it's like all of that stuff you've done is in there. So that's why people have access to all the records and they call it Akasha and things like that, but it's not. It's literally the imprint. It's like it's in there. And so when someone needs that help to learn about that, it's always there and you can always visit it. But there's also not just yours, there's also all the other versions that have done things and they're continuing, because there's also continuation. It's not just you leaving, because people think of themselves like I'm going and everything's gone and it's just, blah blah blah. There's other versions of me still continuing. It will continue for, like, once you start it, it just keeps going and expanding. Yeah, same. Much more with celebrating memory instead of mourning. Yeah. But the thing is it also is like, there is a mourning to it in the sense of irreverence, because it will never be exactly like that ever again. So there is that's the cute slash very devastating part about unalive situations, is that it will never be exactly like that ever. Never. It will always just be that. Like, so that's why mourning is a thing, but it's not, should be I don't think it should be looked at as a thing that has to happen or is like a special thing. I think people need to be encouraged to know that what they're mourning is that was a very special thing. I have it all the time. I'm very sentimental. Like, if I were to make something and a fire burned down my paintings or something, I would mourn it, because it will never be the same. Even if I make it again, because I know how to make it, it will never be the same. It's the same thing. So that's what we're mourning. We're going through a process of understanding that it was such a beautiful thing. So to me, I would replace mourning with reverence. Celebrating the memory of the dead is also a big part of the culture where I'm from. Yeah. Oh, Lex, did you accidentally fall off? Did you want to come back? What can we do to understand our own origins? Do we have soul contracts? That is the origins is my sessions. So that is for anyone who's interested in that. All of the things I offer, not just the sessions. The sessions is like legit that. But if you want to do little readings or you want to look on Patreon, all of those things will help you out with that. That's more of a like I have a lot of stuff out there. I have 2 workbooks as well. I'm gonna make the shadow one soon. There's gonna be 2 parts to the shadow one, and then the toolkit one also, there's gonna be one more. There's a part 2 for that one. So those will be coming out soon, but right now there's 2, and those are already really helpful for all of this stuff. And so all those tools are for things to open your mind to learning more about yourself. So all those things, so obviously sessions are going to do that like completely. Like, we have a whole hour, and I love my sessions, and we go really deep and stuff. And that is like, that ties it all together. But I have little like hint things. So these are the workbooks. So, and Patreon also helps with that. But when it comes to soul contracts, I have a video about soul contracts as well. So it's not what people talk about. They're not soul contracts. So there's 2 things. There are plans that your energies have decided. And like I said, this is something that I don't think it's right that, I know I'm going to say this and people might get upset, so sorry for anyone who gets upset, but I don't think practitioners should tell people things about contracts unless they're going to show them how to do it as an example. I don't think, like for me, I would show someone how to do it in a session, and I would use, like I said, one of the contracts as an example, and I would also tell you about some energies that are very helpful with that. And the contracts are not about what people think. It is so random and weird, and it doesn't have to do with what we have to do. It's more about how your bigger energy appears, your soul. It's different per person, but how it appears in the human body, how much is coming through. And it's not a contract like a human thing where you go, oh, like, but we call it contract so it makes sense. But a human contract would be like, if you do this and you meet this person, blah blah. It's not like that. It's more about, like I said, what parts and how much and what's going to be veiled. Like, I had all these poop ones that I got rid of recently that I was really mad about. And you're allowed to change them. But again, because we didn't really have access to these things, people, like, how do they know to ask this? They think that contracts are what those other people talk about, where it's like this and that. No. And it's actually kind of none of our business in the sense that if you are not going to work on like bringing your energy here and you don't care about that, no one needs to care about that. But if you do, it's a part of this process. It's part of your sovereignty. Because I also found that another option that people didn't know is that you can find out what your bigger energy is, and whatever is like originally, here. And you can decide that you don't want to be that one. You want to be a bigger one, or you want to be a smaller one, or you want to be this one, and your interests don't align with it. And you won't be disconnected. You'll still be their connection to whatever they're doing, but you won't have to only get them. Like, I've had a lot of situations with this, so I can help with that as well. And this is one of the main reasons. And I give the example of, let's say you finally find your energy, and it's this pink, fluffy, sparkly lady, and you're like this non-binary goth, and you have no interest in that kind of stuff, and you're like, what is going on? And every single time you second guess yourself, you had a good childhood, you had, like, it's not a trauma thing. You're like, why do I keep second guessing myself when I do these things? Why don't I just have it effortlessly? Blah, 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 blah. That's what I mean by contracts. It's like you find out how your energy is appearing here, your style. Maybe you like it completely. You don't even need to care. So the people who don't care and the people who love what they find, those people don't really have to do it. But yeah, like I said, I had to do some, and I was really angry about some of mine. Mine had to do with veiling. What can we do to yeah. And do you want to come back up? Yeah, the specialness is gone forever. Reverence. Oh, you're commuting. Okay. Sorry, I keep asking and I didn't get there. You're probably like, ah. Oh, thanks for the shout out, Tatum. Tatum says if you want to know more about this, most definitely do a session with Nicole. They're so enlightening. Oh. Tatum is so cute. The energy readings where she does the collages help with this as well. Yeah, Janine is going. I'm waiting for Janine to send me a picture, so there'll be a new one for Janine. But you can go to my folders to see the other readings, how they look. But yeah, thanks for the shout out, Tatum. Oh, bye. You're welcome. I hope that I caught you when you said that. I think Janine's like a sister, so. Janine's sister. But yeah, I haven't checked. She didn't message this morning, but it might be this weekend that I do. I will see. But it's soon. Is there anyone that wants to hop in and ask some questions? 8 people? Oh yeah, I saw. By the way, I saw, but I was distracted. That you said you were working on with Tiamat. Can you talk more about Tiamat? I read that a woman wrote the story that humans find her in. Could that have been another version of her? Okay, so remember when we talked about this, Tatum, about the stories. So the stories are always patchwork quilts, for one. And secondly, the other thing is it will never be as special as when you talk to them. So even those people, they had a more special experience than we're going to have. So if that helps lead you to them, then that's like what it is, but we can talk about it. Wait, can you come up really quick to I don't know if I'm understanding correctly. Oh, you want to know about the person. Okay. How do I find her? Oh, you can? Okay.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm okay. I had some weird
Okay,
things happen,
good.
but I'm okay otherwise.
Same, but I'm out of my very first full year of college, so now I'm
Wait, what?
back with my family. Oh wait, hold on. I'm out of
Oh,
my very first full year of college and I'm back with my family,
oh,
which is nice.
congrats.
So yeah, it's summertime, which is really nice. I really love summer. It's just so hot outside sometimes.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
yes, I wanted to know more about they keep showing me a woman, but I understand that there's so many different versions of what could be going on, but there's this one woman I keep seeing fooling with stone tablets and clay things.
you know
And
how I can find her?
yeah. Um
Okay.
I think you could start with it's always the octopus. I think you could start with the octopus.
It's not a person. It's not a person.
I don't think so. I don't know what's
Wait,
going
catch me
on. That's
up.
why I'm trying to figure it out.
What's going on? Catch me
So,
up. I
okay,
don't get
okay.
it.
Okay, so
I
I've
see
been
so much stuff when you're talking. I'm like, what?
exactly. Okay. So I'll start from the beginning. So I've been working on a collage for Tiamat slash
Okay.
just the Leviathan collective. I'm trying to keep it expanded, not just focused on her because she doesn't exactly want me to.
Yeah, she's like
So
very aggressive about stuff like that.
yes, yeah,
The way
exactly.
she
So
treated me, I was like, oh my God, okay, girl. She's like, I just want you to know I'm like really not an evolution of you. Because I was like trying to like see how
mhm.
she came about. And it was just, she was really like, yeah, anyway.
Yeah, and
I'm like,
she she doesn't care about comfort, which is it's kind of scary, but it's also kind of cathartic. Personally, I'm very afraid of the deep ocean and the depths and very deep water and things like that. So doing her collage, she's just been constantly pulling me there, and it's kind of been on some
oh
you need to
no.
face you have nothing to be afraid of. That's
No.
how it's
Maybe
been.
she'll take you
But
there, wherever that is.
yeah, it's really beautiful. It's luminescent. It's dark. I mean, it's like the deep ocean on it's like our ocean, but not. That's the only way I can explain it.
Yeah. Primal
But
waters.
I really want to know more about the humans who even came up with the concept of Tiamat. So I've kind of asked her about it.
There's so many
Um,
people though, so you have to pick one.
yeah, exactly. So usually I always focus in on a woman, and I think it's partly her in her human existence, but also her energy, her energy outside of her human, in the non-physical, but I
Yeah.
don't really know what's going on, and I want to figure out more about the people who pulled Tiamat in because understand it wasn't just her story, it was more it was an epic, right? It was the epic of Gilgamesh, and she was
Yeah.
involved in that and everything. But I really just find it interesting how I want to know how humans decided that Tiamat was went from being a mother, a birther, a creator, from the chaotic soup as they call it, basically creation from nothing, a creator,
Yeah.
to some a being that's seen as evil or to be feared or to be slayed or conquered. And I know in your video, the practicing with energies video, you touched on that and you talked about how it's because of what was going on non-physically and how there was that mistake that happened and everything went everywhere,
Mhm.
and all of the rest of the energies were trying to help control and confine
Yeah.
Tiamat's energy.
Yeah.
But I really want to understand better
True.
how how were they able to translate that into a story?
They didn't. They did it for this is something I didn't talk about. And I was gonna do a podcast, but I didn't because I didn't like there's some reason I can't remember what it is, but I can talk about it now. So basically when it's the religion. So when there's one God. So when humans decided to do this and pick one God everywhere, not just one place. When they decided in that switch over, they needed to do a lot of work. Like they needed to do work when they first started. They needed to do work when they tried to make other people have it. And when this concept of thinking of having one God was a big deal, like not just energetically, also physically, like humans. And it was like forcing people to like if like let's say we have to drink water, like not let's say we have to drink water and someone's like you can't drink water now, like you have to drink like every 2 days water or 1 day or whatever, like you can't do that. And so it didn't make sense to people's brains, so they needed to come up with like stories and things like that and get like their people together and stuff like that. So it's not just taking stories that are there and it's not just channeling, it's with an intention. So the intention is so that people, like they did it with the Fae in Ireland and mostly Ireland more than other places. Not just Ireland, sorry. The one that is really interesting I was looking into was oh my god, why am I not able to think of it? The place near Sweden.
The place near
Copenhagen.
Sweden,
Yeah,
maybe.
Copenhagen is the one of the cities. Okay, that one.
Yeah, okay.
They basically, their culture was like they didn't know how to translate stuff, and so they kind of did interviews. It's wild. And I can't remember the name of it. When I find it, I can send it to you because I think you would like it. But they had all these like fairy tale things where they would take different fae beings that no one even knows about. Like they just interviewed them and like stuff like that. And they did this with demon stuff too. They found them, pulled them in different ways. They either found them in different cultures or whatever they did. But in this case, they really like, I think they were seeing them. It was very weird. They're very intricate and they're like not like any of the ones people talk about. And they would create stories where the characters that are religious, like saints or whatever, they would come to meet them and they would ask them, they're like, am I going to be saved? And so then they would do all these weird trials and errors with them. And they changed, by doing these stories over and over again, they started to change the idea. So before it was that, like, am I going to be saved? Is God going to accept me or whatever? Like they were having these weird beings ask that, which is so random. And then later they're like, okay, now we know why most of them were not saved. And then they said they're not saved because they're fallen angels and they are doomed here and they have to stay here. And that's basically what they said. So they just decided that stuff. So these things come from that. So they're working with, this is a case to me of not channeling too much, but it's a case of humans using what's already there to, with their intention of, what do you call it? It's not overpowering. What's the name? Dominating something that's very strong and natural to people. It's a domination thing, and it's not a domination in a aggressive way. And it's like, people will always think, oh, it's so evil and they're doing, no, it's a domination in, the thing I talked about when people lie and people feel weird or they force them into things, or in cults or things like that, they make people do things that they think. It's a painful thing because this person has, their internal reality has subscribed to an internal external reality, and they want to fit everybody through their internal reality.
Yes, it's like they want everything to fit nicely because it's satisfying and it's safe for them.
Yeah, so like here's a group coming together and forming something. That it doesn't matter if it's toxic or whatever, they form it, right? And then there's someone who's like, you need to listen to me and then go into this, like this. And so that is not natural. Natural is them both just randomly coming together and being like, hey, we have interests, and then you collaborate and make a group. That's natural. But this is the unnatural thing that happens with taking up space. So this is what started to happen. And in this case, that's what that is. So yes, there are some stories that a lot of, especially Greece, they were very into it. Like they talked a lot about a lot of the stories. They're scattered a bit, but Greece, I'd say, and obviously like the actual Sumerian, not Babylonian. Babylonian is, like I said, it's like from a mother, from a daughter, like, you know, like so many generations. But if you look at the Sumerian texts, that is like closer to. But when everything starts again, that's what they did. It's not that they took the texts, they took what people are thinking and they dominate them. I personally had an experience with this, like too recently, and that's what happens is you start to, they dominate in the sense that they're like, here's this structure, and the structure is something that you've decided that works for you, and they have to go in that structure. And so that's basically what happened. And that's why this story is the way it is, because they're going by what people are saying. So if someone's like talking about it, that lady, I have a feeling that you're seeing, is someone who was speaking up about it and felt really strongly about what she knew. And they're like, no, these characters, how could that be when these characters are doing this? You know, that's how that works. They show you something that's true and they're like, okay, how is that? How are you right when this is not this? And earlier in the live, I was talking about this. This is one of the problems that I'm here to help with, is that when you do remember things, even if you don't know you're remembering stuff, you think that's for everybody immediately, and it's tangled and you're trying to relate it to everything. But actually, the things that are true, your truth and your energy is the only thing that should be connecting them together. It shouldn't be timelines. It shouldn't be related to this. So when people get into names, even, I don't even think like when people are like, oh, this and that, it's not even that helpful. The only reason why it would be helpful is to look into it. Like if an energy tells you, hey, this story I'm telling you about resembles this, what humans have talked here, go read that. And it doesn't have to always be that one. It could be this story and this story and this story. So to me, it's the other way around. It's what you tie together. And so that's what we need to focus on, is that, basically. So when you talk to them, it's like I always say, I push that, because your connection with them and how you connect with them, because I already know you have a lot of connection with this, your connection with them and your story, it hasn't been told, and it's going to be better than what humans have come up with, because there's so many random reasons they do it. Whereas your reason is pure. It's to learn more about yourself and that energy. And that is why that's like that. The Masonic order is doing that now on their own scale. Yeah, I mean, everyone, anything that is a religion or a structure, everything's doing that. Politics are doing that. Everything's doing that. And that's what I mean by taking up space. But don't worry, my energy is working on it. There's a lot of stuff that's happened that is really good. So
Okay,
don't worry.
I get that. And that I've been having a lot of experiences like that personally as well. Like it seems like people have been sort of, and it's odd because I'm not really very like open about what I like believe in or things
Yeah.
like that unless I'm like close to you, like personally close to you, like you're my friend or something, or like close friend or something like that. Because I understand like I don't like to share things all the time because I don't want to push my own reality onto someone else. If they're
But that could become, also be careful, because that could become a shadow, in the sense that I've done this before. That's why I'm speaking from me doing it. So I'm not just going, don't do it. What happens is basically you get so obsessed with it. And what you need to show yourself is that because you are so interested in this, look at why it is. Look at how deep it is why you don't think that. So mine has been my test for a very long time, for me to realize, was basically about people's free will. So I am obsessed with people's free will. I'm obsessed that people would come to me to get help and to, you know, like they come specifically to me with me just existing. Like to me that it means the world to me.
Right.
So that's what I found out later. But before I was just like, people just have to, like, they can't, you know, they can't be forced, they can't be forced, they can't be forced. And what happened then was me thinking that all the time. Then people that came in would be mean. Like a lot of people would be mean and they weren't the right people because I wasn't focusing on how I liked it or why I was so into that. So when I realized why, I found out because I just kept going and going. I found out it's because, yes, my interactions with people is everything to me and my energies. I love it. And it's a direct translation of what the bigger picture is happening. It's very close. And I nailed it, but it still involves free will. It still involves people living their lives and things like that. And what I found out that is, it's painful for that other version of me, but now I get it, is
Right.
that I love that. Like part of what I love is someone that's just like, "Hi, I need your help. I get you. I know you're not doing this." And those people are the ones that come, right? And so if they come, they come. If they don't, they don't. And it's still like I'm still building things. Like it's still me wanting that builds that structure so that that can be a part of the world. So that desire, I was thinking, oh well, it's not happening, and I'm as stupid as a human. You heard me on the lives and stuff, but actually, that love and that desire and that sadness and like pain actually is building something, even though it's painful as a human. I want to punch.
Right.
And so when I saw that and I got the opportunity to see that, it's the pain is actually beautiful now. It's like I'm like, okay, that is growing pains. I am building a system for myself and others so that everyone can recognize each other. It needs to be literally that's what they keep telling me, my energies. They were telling me to be on vacation, but it was because I was like spiraling. Now they don't say that. Now they say they need to know you. They need to see you, and for real, that's what it is. So it's not like, so when someone like, and that's why I said to be careful with this, because if you don't, careful as in like treat it reverently, like treat it as something that's telling you something. Don't be like, oh no, I'm doing that again. Look at that. Like, why is it happening? Because I found something so big for me. It's so much peace if you think about it. Because now when that happens again, I'm like, okay, I'm building something again and I can do some like blah, blah, blah. And I know that that's what's happening. I know that I'm actually that pain and that sadness and those things. I'm not the only one, and I'm building this for us. Like it's going to be built, like it's going to happen, and it is happening. It's already happening. It's picked up. Um, but if you don't get that opportunity to know that, then it gets like it spirals. I spiraled, and it's okay. That's part of it. But now I see that I still have the pain, but the pain now is for something. I'm like, all right, okay, like and so that's why. And you then when someone does come and say those things, and they come and they're like, oh, you're taking money. It means that those people are not seeing me. So
Right.
people see, I shouldn't have to over explain, but I would always
Right.
over explain. And I'm like, oh, it's okay. They need to know. They didn't see me, so I shouldn't explain. Why? But I had to learn that. And that's part of that building of that structure. Because the more I explain for people who didn't see me, the more I'm unseen.
I
When I
can
found
hear
that
that.
out, it got really good.
Yeah. And I totally agree on like that level of like feeling unseen. It's so weird. Like
It was
people
horrible.
ask me a lot. It's like I'm the only quote unquote like spiritual person they know in their life. So they come to me and like ask me things and ask me questions and for guidance, and I'll try like to the best of my ability to give them something that they can work with or like understand, and they kind of just end up like going with their own flow anyways.
Exactly.
So I'm kind of trying to just learn to just go with the flow with them, like okay, like I like just have faith in like what I told them is helping them some sort of way.
Exactly. It's this. It's the little keys. You're doing the keys
Yeah.
as well. So you're showing people the keys that they have, and If you connect with them, you're able to like show them how to open their files. But they do have to see you. Eventually
Right.
you'll have to like work on that because you're having that too, if that's what's happening. Because
Yeah.
that's the thing is it's amazing and that's why we get tricked because we're like, yay! But then you're like, oh wait, like this isn't it. And that's what it is. They have to see you for who you are. Not just as a tap, not just as a person, but both. They need to see what is your tap. They need to know. They need to see that. It's like for example, it's like someone going to like I don't know, a bookstore and not wanting books. Like that's what's been happening. I was attracting that because I was saying that too. I'm like, it's okay, like whatever. But when you start to say like, okay, you don't see that I'm a bookstore and you're trying to get ice cream. Like so earlier in the live, people did that. They came in and they weren't mean. They were not here for this. They're like, can we not call this simulation anymore? Can we call it dreams? And I'm like, no, I put simulation because people don't understand dreams yet. When people understand
Right.
dreams, then it's going to be fine, but they don't. And I don't want to say that
Dreams, oh
actually,
my gosh. Don't
that's
even
like,
get me
I
started,
know. I'm
dude.
like, no. And for me, that's
Dreams,
a
that's
no-no.
something that like kind of I'm trying to not let it become like a shadow or a trigger, but like people like you said, like humans just have like no clue what's going on with dreams.
They
And I
don't.
get asked from like the
They don't
people around
ask.
me all the time about their dreams. They're always like, "Oh my gosh, I had this dream. Like, can you help me like
I know.
explain it to me?" And
No.
like I'm always trying to just explain to them that like at the end of the day, like the best person who could explain your dream to you is yourself, and they're just like not
No.
catching on.
That is
It's
definitely, this is a huge example of someone seeing you. Because earlier, Lex asked me about dreams, and we had a perfectly amazing conversation about it. It was the first time I've had an amazing conversation about dreams. Because, and also Janine as well, Janine and her. And it's because, but I just like Janine, it's always like that, so it's fine. It's because she saw me. So she sees me, so she knows me she saw she even said when she came up, sorry Lex, I'm putting you on the spot. She saw my video, she explained how she saw me. Like that's how it should be. That's what you do, right? Like that's what I would do. And so that's a good match. Like we're a good match. And so when I talk about it, I'm going to be able to talk to her and it doesn't matter what stage she's at. It's just we're a good match. Like we
right.
understand each other. And so that's why you and I have to be careful with that and work on that is because it's good for that person and you. It's good for everybody because if we start like going away, then we're going to feel grouchy and not talk to people for months. That's what I do. And you do too. So that's what we
Yeah,
have to, that's what you have to do. You have to make sure that we're on the same page. And I know that it's hard. Like it's hard. I'm still doing it. um, but it needs to be, they need to see you. That to me, that's it. That's when they told me that, I'm like, yes, I'm so mad you told me the vacation thing. You should have always told me that. I would have gotten that. But they were like, no, you thought no one saw you. And I'm like, I know, but that's because you kept telling me to be on vacation while they're not seeing me. But I get it. I get it. They were right. I was just like out of hand. Like, what do you tell someone who's like, ah! Like, so.
They were trying their best. They were trying
Yeah,
their
like
best.
I get it now. I still want to punch them, but I get it.
I don't know when the dream thing is gonna click. That's one thing that I
They
don't.
have to see you. They
Yeah,
they can't just be coming to you for dreams. They have to be coming to you for dreams. You, Tatum, and your energy. Both.
I think that's the issue. They see the label they've placed on me
That's not good
instead of
enough.
like who I am and like the sort of quote unquote like spiritual advice I have to offer. Like I said, people usually just see me as like, oh, my friend, she's spiritual, my cousin, she's spiritual, da,
Yeah,
da,
not
da.
good.
So if they have a question about something that exists outside of religion, even though I'm also super open and honestly, I love talking about like religion. I think religion is so interesting, but
Yeah.
usually it's just that because that's how they see me, and it's like they aren't seeing me.
Yeah.
And personally, it doesn't bother me. I kind of feel it's
Yeah, but it
weird. It's
drains you
like
though. So be careful. Just
it
observe yourself. Observe.
yeah,
Because it does
like
drain.
it's odd. It's like it
Even if it's
bothers me in the sense that like it bothers me for them in the sense that like I wish they could get there, or I hope they get there, but it doesn't bother me on the level of like, oh my gosh, like why aren't they seeing me? Because like honestly, I kind of just, I personally see it as like that's just their journey. Like if they get there, they will. If they won't, they won't. I
this is
can
what
only
I
try to point them in the right direction.
this is what I thought. And I don't need to go through it, but you might have to. But this is what I thought as well. I thought the same thing. And people and my energy, they're not ready. That's fake. It's not that
Mm-hmm.
people are not ready. It's that you are not ready to know when people see you or not. You have to find out what that means. And
Mm.
you need to it's not like something you can just go like this, but the fact that you get to be aware is going to make it like way more fun.
Mm-hmm.
But like it'll just like it'll keep coming up as like an awareness thing. But like I would have killed to know this. Like I'm so mad at them that they didn't. I had to come up with it as usual. But anyway, but that's what it is. It's literally it's literally they have to see you, and that means different things for everyone. It means different things. It could be that they pay you for something. It could be that they saw something you did and they're like, I really like what you did. It could be that they recognize you energetically and they don't know why. It could be that they feel like they have to talk to you and they start. You will see what that means to you, but it has to be those. It has to be.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't matter if they're cute. It doesn't matter if it's interesting. It's gonna drain you, and you're gonna get grouchy, and you're also gonna come across a lot of poops as well. They're not always gonna be cute,
Mm-hmm.
right? And this is like, it's not only spiritual boundaries. It's like it's so that you become you. You become a beacon of you. You don't become a beacon of, oh, I'm that girl. You become
Yeah.
that energy that's being flowed to you is going to be a flow of those of that kind of stuff, which is good for everybody, everyone.
Right.
So that is the difference, and you'll get it. You'll get it.
Oh
But I
my
would have
gosh,
loved to know
thank
that.
you.
I would have
I
loved
know
to
I
know that.
will. I have to. I
It would
have
have
to.
saved me so much. I'm like, I'm invisible. Even when people talk to me, I felt invisible, and it's
I
because
feel
I
it. Oh my gosh,
know.
yes.
It's not that I'm invisible. It's that I was talking to people who didn't see me.
And I think that kind of okay. Can we relate that to, because I also see a lot of people talk about, is this people trying to understand this concept but not, when people talk about um what do they call it? Oh my gosh.
I'm not sure.
Hold on, I'm trying to remember. I think it's called, they call it some, is it like elevation blindness or something? It basically, the concept is that like the more quote unquote like elevated, so spiritually expanded someone becomes, it's harder for people who are on a quote unquote lower vibe or like lower spiritual plane than them, you know. And I'm just using
That's
the
hierarchy.
verbiage that people use,
I
but
think
is
that's
that
helping you understand it, but that is
mm-hmm.
not what they were thinking. It's a spiritual hierarchy thing. That's a
Okay.
hierarchy. So it's saying,
So
I
okay.
am so advanced and cool. I cannot let your vibration bring me down. I can't help you, and I'm actually doing a service to you. That's like
And you
that's
can't
like
even see me.
you. Yeah, that's human boundaries. That is interactions with a
Mm-hmm.
human, like hanging out, like a friend. Like I wouldn't say even like hanging out. I'd say like an actual friendship or relationship, and how you talk to people. That could work in the sense of
Mm-hmm.
healing. So, for example, let's say you have a family member that refuses to look inward at themselves, in not even in a spiritual way, in a
Mm-hmm.
like knowing themselves way, like what they do and like their behaviors. Have they ever said sorry? That is like what is it's closer to, but it's still not close enough because they're still thinking, oh well, I've gotten to this stage, and everything goes out the window. When this is the effing learning teaching dimension, like your potential
Yeah.
to teach when you learn, if you want to. That's like the biggest thing that someone can do, unless you're here for other things also, which a lot of us are. But you know what I mean? Like it's the main thing. Like I want to do that as well as the other stuff. Like you can feel
Right.
it. You can feel it in the air. Like you want to, you like for example me, I want to do this for people so that everybody can learn and I can make the world a place that I want to live in. I wanted to talk to someone and someone go, "Oh my God, I just found out that that there's a version of me that's ISIS and I want to know more about that." Like, I want that to be a world like that, right? I want it to be like, and what does that mean? I can't wait to look it up. I'm so excited. Like, I found out a new one this morning. Like that, I want that world. So I'm like creating that world, right? And so
Right.
these people are saying, okay, you got to a cool place and you're enlightened, and those effers can just like not bug you. No. What? Why? Why would you get, what's the point? Like, you can do that if you want, but like,
It
why?
reminds me of the system, like that concept, and that's you can see how you can like easily see how Eastern religion, or like the fundamentals of Eastern religion, the more hierarchical ones, have kind of like they've also became sort of like a fundamental of certain spiritual spaces, because that reminds me a lot of like certain different like religions from the East, like how they have like basically like spiritual hierarchy for who
Yeah.
you are in that community or in that church or in that religion or belief system. And it's like the people who are in the lower tiers or ranks aren't even allowed to touch or talk to or even look at certain
Exactly.
members of the higher spiritual ranks. And it doesn't feel like it doesn't
Exactly.
feel like it's needed. It just feels exclusionary.
Exactly. That's what that comes from. It comes from gatekeeping, and a lot of the time it comes from the person feeling worried. They're like, okay, now what? They don't know it keeps going. They don't know that they can like change like what's going on. They're just like, okay, now what? I'm enlightened. I've done all the process. What do I do now? And so they're like, okay, what I can do is guard everything so people can't get here and I can look cool. Like, not that, that's one way. Obviously there's other things too. But I know like actual people who have done this. And I'm like, calm down. Like, what the
Yeah.
hell? We all
Like
still have
the
to eat, take
hoarding
showers, and go to
of
the bathroom.
knowledge or
Yeah,
knowing or information and things like, and information is meant to be shared. I mean, like I
exactly.
100 information is meant to be shared, but none
Well,
of it should
the
be
good,
hoarded.
the good news is that even if people do hide information, they can't. It goes into the everywhere. As soon as you do some, that's the funny part that cracks me up is I'm like, okay, try to do that, but it goes into the. It's just people don't know how to reach that. That's the only thing. But as soon as
Yeah.
someone learns something and they bring it in, that's it. It's here. That's why the energies are coming all the time. Remember they were coming for makeup and stuff. I've like stopped that because it was driving me crazy, but it
Yeah.
was cute at the same time. And like yeah, I'm like I can't. Like I told them like you guys just like I'm sorry. Like I told them some other people they can go to and like
Yeah.
because I know they would
That's
be into
so
it.
funny, dude. I
But
feel like we honestly go through the same processes, because it was the same thing for me. Like I was doing so much makeup at one point because all of the like deities or like energies or whatever, they were like, "Can we do some like do something that expresses me on you?" And I'm like,
yeah,
"Okay," but like it was so
yeah, and
much.
they're like, no, you need to put more glitter, and I'm like, oh my god, that's gonna get in my eyes. No.
I was like, "I'm
But
trying. Oh my gosh, I'm trying." Like,
the 3D stuff I'm learning is like killing me because it's I've had really weird moments where I get like I've never had this with like tools, but like
hmm
it's so similar to a lot of
hmm
things that energies do, and I get pulled into these abstract situations where they're doing the version of that and I'm like, ah! It's so weird.
yeah.
And I didn't know that, but it's been happening where I'm like, oh, like it's very weird. It feels weird. I'm like, ew. I
So
don't know how to explain it until like you work on it, but if you were work on it, you're
yeah.
gonna see it because it's like then and also the excitement too when I think about like okay, I'm gonna make like a little leaf or something, and I'm like ah, like that. It's like the same.
Right,
It's so weird,
something.
but yeah,
And I
that's what it is.
definitely
It's like
haven't gotten to
making
that
it.
point,
Yeah, and you're
but
making
I
it do.
will.
You know what I
Like
mean?
the point, yes, like
Like
it's odd. It's like
animation.
I create things, but I create things on like other planets and places. Like I'm not here. Maybe that translates to here, but like when I'm like going to sleep, because that's honestly when I do it. Like I go to sleep with the intention of like going other places and doing like whatever like fun stuff I want to do. Like, and That's when I have like experiences like that, but I haven't gotten to the point. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Wait, someone said, I think my throat chakra is blocked. It's not.
Yeah. If you Yeah, nothing is blocked. It's just if something's blocked, it means that there's a part of you that has not been met and explored.
Mhm.
So that's all that means. So the things people are doing their best. They're not tricking you. They're doing their best to explain things. And I still think that even when people do that, you can still go look up those things that they're telling you or that you
Mhm.
found and go have a look. So it's basically like even if you think of throat chakra, it's about how you speak and all those things, and it's not a permanent thing. Like even Tatum said earlier, she's like, why can't the dark night of soul be one thing? It's the same thing as this. You go in cycles. You might feel like you didn't speak up, so it's not that your throat chakra is blocked. It means there's a version of you that's blocked. So, and the blocked can be, if you're ready to meet that version of you, it can be a doorway to something new, and they become a part of you and integrate into you. And I can help you with that if you are struggling. And I have little readings that are tool readings. And also I do them on the live, but you have to be a Patreon member for personal ones. Other than that, you can ask big questions like you did here. But I can help you.
I'm gonna say something that Nicole would tell us if we had a concern like this. She would tell us to write down why we feel that way, and that may
Yeah.
help you go into why you feel like your throat chakra is blocked, because you said you think so you feel that
Yeah,
way.
exactly.
And you should look into why you feel that way. Maybe you're not speaking up for yourself enough at work or in personal situations, or maybe you want to sing more and you're not, or maybe you want to talk to more people and get to know more people and you're not. So there could be like a lot of reasons as to why you think that.
Yes.
What is their
I hope that
name?
helped you. Your name's backwards. I think it's
Yeah, Yoni.
Catalyst. Is it Catalyst or Catalyst? Yoni
Yoni.
Catalyst.
I don't know.
And then it says Cosmic DJ as well. Would you like to come up and talk, Cosmic DJ? Because
Wait,
you
Cosmic
can be a
DJ.
guest
Of
if you
course,
have
yeah,
more
I can
topics
come and
to talk
talk.
about. Huh?
Yeah, they definitely can come and talk.
Oh yeah. I don't know if you're still here. Are you here, Cosmic DJ? I don't know if you heard us either. Yeah,
My
anyone?
advice would always be to sing.
Huh?
When it comes to like feeling like your throat, you have a, and that's actually what I think is so cool about the chakra system, is that when you use it as a template instead of like strictly following it, it's very helpful to like unpack things.
Agree.
It really is. It's
Really cute. You
like
can use
a
it as a map.
guidebook.
Yeah, like a little map or guidebook. And every time you're like curious, you can have a look. And I would go, and your what do you call it? Your fuel or your guidance should be what your body's feeling.
Yeah.
Not some random person that's like, you need this fixed. No, your body
or
needs to
or deciding for you. You don't want them deciding anything for you.
no deciding.
Don't let anyone tell you why your throat chakra is blocked. Like, you should give yourself the chance to try and figure that out on your own.
Yes, Tatum gets it.
Yeah, I'm definitely, you've taught me well. I definitely remember like those, because it's very like helpful. I mean, it feels liberating to not have to. I feel like at the
Need
beginning
something.
of my journey, I was so like by the book, because I thought that this sort of stuff was something that like you read it and you understood it and you followed it by who the people that are a part of those cultures tell you to follow. And that's not to take away from the people who from the cultures who pulled these ideas in,
Art. Those are
but
art.
right, it's kind of like that's still, even for them, they pulled those ideas in, but I'm sure their energies and stuff intended for those just to be like templates or like
Exactly.
instruction manuals, not something that you just follow to a T.
Exactly. And it might have been
But
just for
yeah,
them as well. And it might have been
yeah,
just for that specific moment and those group of people that were there or whatever. So that's the thing is when people talk about discernment, that's discernment is not what people say. That is discernment. It's looking at finding out for yourself, why did they even create this? Like why? And you can find that
yes,
out. I can
yes,
help you with that in
exactly.
sessions as well if you're curious about that. So that every time, instead of using the discernment people talk about in pop culture, you can use this discernment and be like, okay, where did this actually come from? Why was it even given to us? Some of this stuff is from bigger energies. They came and
Mm-hmm.
put these systems in here for real, like, because they knew that people were a little bit broken. Like,
Mm-hmm.
Ra, the original energy of Ra, it was mind, body, spirit.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. That was like created by them for people to understand that stuff and be like, okay, you need to harmonize these and bring them all in, blah, 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 blah,
Mm-hmm.
blah. So those are kind of things that, and then gave gods that specifically God job roles that could help with those things in their own special way.
Right.
So that's what will happen if you have that discernment. I can help you identify how that was even brought into this simulation in the first place. Like, why do we even have these systems? Because,
Right.
for example, the Bible is like a mess. If you want to know that, like that is
Oh
like it's
my
a mess
gosh.
in a funny way, but in an interesting way as well. So like, there's all kinds of stuff going on in there. Like, it's
Yeah,
wild.
the Bible is like, whoa, like
Feral.
she's got a lot going on. Like, oh my gosh, the I can talk about the
But
Bible
I love it at
forever
the same
because
time. Because,
it's so like symbolic.
yeah.
Like the Bible is so part of it is symbolism, and then you can see where part of it is like humans just they're trying to do that thing that we were talking about earlier when they're basically trying to try their best to assimilate things in and out of what
Exactly.
they believe.
Yep.
And it's just the Bible. Don't get me started on the Bible.
But it's cute though. So to me, I
Yeah.
know people get really heated. Like I've been really like my most interesting thing at the moment, like when I'm working on that 3D stuff, is to listen to people talking about like religion and stuff, and or people who are
Mm-hmm.
spiritual who are trying to talk to religious people.
Yeah.
And usually it's been really interesting. I just love hearing it because unless they get mean and weird, there's a woman who got weird, and I was like, oh, but I was horrified. I was actually traumatized by how she thought. She was
Yeah.
very racist, and she was like, yeah, I won't go there, but anyway, she was very racist about like the countries and saying like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, well, they're just like not developed and things like that. And I'm like, oh my god, I can't believe people like this exist.
Yeah.
It's
It
like what?
those sorts of people, they're very grounded in that aspect of religion that is very human and like rooted in the ideas of like I'll say the structures of like
Yeah,
imperialism
structure.
and
They're
like
very obsessed. They're NPCs.
colonialism. Yeah, like I don't I respect religion and I really respect religious people who have gotten to the point to where they're like this is my personal truth
Yeah,
because it
that's
makes
not
me
NPC.
feel comfy and it
That's what I
makes
mean.
me feel expanded, it makes me
Exactly.
understand these things. But then there's those people that are more rooted in the more like colonial and
This
like
is how it's supposed to
imperialist
be.
structures of it. Yeah, like
And I'm like, no. But
and
that's,
I don't
I
think that's
agree. It's
fair.
extremely beautiful. I am obsessed with, what's her name? All of a sudden I'm having a blank of her name. Let's see. I'm gonna get it. It's important.
Mm-hmm.
She is Indian, moved to London, and then got really obsessed with, the Catholic Church. And for her, that, like, it's interesting because of who I know her energy. I don't think she knows,
Mm-hmm.
but it's very interesting to see and how all her music is about that. And I'm like, that to
That's
me
so
makes more
cool.
like she gets it. Like, you know what I mean? Like it
Mm-hmm.
makes sense to her. And she says some funny things too. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, like silly, sexy things as well too. But, like, yeah, like, and funny things too. I don't know. The artist is Monastery of Love.
Monastery of Love.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can play one of
I
the
love
songs.
her name just
I
off
know.
rip.
Like I don't have very many like music I download, and I downloaded one of her albums because I love it so much. It means so much to me, and I have so much connection with it. I'm gonna play one, okay?
Okay, yes. Put me on.
I love.
And you can hear like the Indian singing techniques in her vocals. It's so cool.
So, I want to
That
talk
was
about
so
that.
beautiful.
I know, and they're all great. So, that's by the way, that's the album. Her actual
Okay.
name is Ulola. So,
Love.
Y,
I love that name.
I know, Yullola. And so basically there's a lot of stuff that happened with her, as like I just had a whole like merging thing and everything. It was really
Mhm.
cool. But I Ninhers, do you know the goddess Ninhursag? She's of the
No.
mountains and stuff. I connected with her, and there's a story. Huh?
New goddess. I don't know her. Now I have to look her up.
Oh, she's me. And basically, she is, there's the whole story. In my book, I'm going to talk about it, but the whole story of her transformation from, um, like, there's so many things that happen. And so she's the mom. She is, yeah, she's the one that is the coding that is on the real earth while that
Mhm.
horrible thing happens where were you there when I told that story where I got split up?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, this is her. And
Okay.
when she gets split up, then she becomes like, I didn't know this because I was seeing, because I have so many things happening at once. So I
Mhm.
saw it from my original energies perspective, where I went from that because I was watching it from her perspective. So I was her, and then I went to her when I got split, and I was like, oh my God, and I couldn't find my children and shit like that. But
Mhm.
what happened is there was also a Rishkangal, and she is what she turned into after that, and went to underworld stuff with Inanna and things like that. And so everyone came through because all the other kids were put into the learning teaching dimension, and we came from like the mountains. So for me, this song means a lot because we're like sisters, kind of, in a way, because it's another version of me. And I feel like it went.
Wow.
Her energy, the singer, is also is someone else, and she's also a version of me. Well, kind of me, but not directly me. It's like a branch, and so it means a lot. Like it goes through so much. And the other cute thing is because Lana Del Rey is Inanna. She told me how one of the songs was to us, and it was Eresh Kangal, not Ninher's Sag. And it's to like how she got put together, and like I don't know, it's their story. And it's weird because they call them sisters, but it's not. It's her mom. It's like her transformation. It's not even. I guess they kind of are sisters because they come from Ninher Sag, both of them. It's like that process of her being
like
ripped.
Energetically, they can kind of be sisters and like mom, sister. Isn't that kind of why
it's
like humans took it so literally, but like when we were just taking in the information, it's more like how, okay, my original energy was like split off from yours, right? So it's kind of like I was like a copy. So you could be seen as my mom, but you could also be seen as my sister.
Yeah. And that's why it's the perspective of what they say is important. That's why I said it means more than when people look at stories and they're like, okay, this is the mom of this. It's not that that's not true. There's some truth probably to whatever the humans got. Like it probably makes sense to that person. But that's where the mapping of yourself comes into play, where it's your truth. So like you speaking to me as a human and knowing this story is going to be really special because you not only get to hear from the energy, your energy, but you get to hear from like a human version as well. And like, you know what I mean? Like you get to hear from all those things and from their perspective. So like I see them more as evolutions in my story, but it doesn't mean that they're also, they're kind of daughters as well, if that makes sense. But I see my energies, when my energy talks to me, she sees Inanna as her daughter, but she wouldn't see the other ones. She'd see them as transformations. That's why Tiamat was like, so like, no, because it means a lot to them. Like, even if it is actually that, it kind of is, they don't see it that way. She doesn't see it as that. She sees it more of kind of like she was confused because she was like, okay, well, I wouldn't exist without you. And I'm like, okay, but that's kind of the definition. Like, because the story is I literally went to a place that already has it, which that's what happens with physical, or not physical, but dense stuff. The more dense it is, the more it has more like the seed thing I talked about. So when another bigger energy that's pure comes to in contact or close to it, it splits up and weird things happen. And so she is that thing, but I was the one that did it. So in a way, I'm her mother. In a way, I'm her. It's a transformation. In a way, it's the act of that happening, but it's still my original energy at the same time. It's both.
Kind of like everything all at once.
Yeah, it is. And this is our way of explaining it. But the most important and the sacred is to ask for you. So does it mean that stuff, like, you know, when we were talking about how it's a struggle sometimes when you look at those and you get tempted, and you're getting tempted because you're going into that person's patchwork quilt and you're like, I love that. How does it relate to me? But actually that love is for you to go, I love their patchwork quilt, but I want to see what our relationship actually is, because that's what's going to be special, because you're bringing something new to the table instead of just repeating what other patchwork quilts did and adding your piece to the patchwork quilt. Instead, you're actually making the truth, because it's you, like you're bringing the truth to other people's truths instead of more patchwork quilts, which is, there's nothing wrong with patchwork quilts. They're cute, they're art, but we have enough. Let's make both art and our own truth. Like, let's do that.
Just what a quilt, not a patchwork, but just a
Yeah.
quilt.
We all have access to the OI. We can go and read the Greek stuff. It's beautiful. I love it, and it makes me feel cozy and at home. But what about like hearing about our stories?
Yeah,
Like, I want to hear those
exactly.
too. That's
Exactly.
boring after a while. I want to hear from the person who remembers. Like, how fucking cool is that?
Exactly.
Right? That's like the best. Like every time I get that, I'm like, oh my god, I can't. Like, I love it. Like,
I've been like learning a bit more, like, well, I won't say a bit more. I've been learning a lot more about the Fae when it comes to Titania and like my energy as her. It's just been really like my problem is I don't like bugs, and I
oh
guess
yeah,
I know why, but I also don't know why. When I'm like trying to like discover and like unpack Fae things like bugs, they don't touch me,
I
but
have
they
a
won't leave me
theory.
alone.
I have a theory.
Okay, I will take your theory because
I think because
I'm
Ruby has it as well, and I think that it has to do with a decision that energy is made. Because I know insects were like, it's like, okay, so you know how animals. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna do in practicing with energies. It's gonna be this. It's the second tier. It was not practicing. Sorry, it's not practicing with energies. It's the animal one. I'm doing dolphin sex, and it's not what
oh,
people think. I was talking to him, I'm like, what is going on? It's so out of hand, and I'm so happy that it's on Patreon because people are gonna go like, she's crazy. Because it's nothing, it's not what people think. It has nothing to do with what people think. I'm like, what?
really? I'm excited because I find like dolphins and seals and like that kind
Well,
of
because they're from us, so.
yeah, I find them so interesting. Like the things I hear about dolphins, I'm like, why? Like why? Like dolphins are they are beings, but they're like yeah, I'm
They're not
excited for that
animals.
one because I know dolphins got a
They're
lot
not
going on.
animals, and they're closer to cryptids, but they're not even that. It's a new thing, and I was like, what?
Oh, okay. I'm excited. I'm
It's
excited for
very,
that.
very exciting, and I've been saving it for a day when I'm like in a dolphin energy because lately I have not been in the dolphin energy. But when I am, I'm gonna do it, and I'm so excited. It's like so exciting.
That's
But and it's funny because they, you know how when I do that, they start coming and they're like, "Hello." It's very cute.
that
And I think it's funny to do it after also since we did the whatever you call it, the primal waters. How funny that like they're coming next. It has to do with that a bit, but like not. It's like it's like that on steroids. It's so cool. But anyway, what was I gonna say? Oh, about animals. Oh, insects. So insects are like an added thing. It's like okay, so you know how like the animals are of Earth. Talk about freelance aliens for humanity. It's like that, but for the animals. So it's like they're freelancers for the animals and plants of
okay, that
like
makes sense.
figure out how to deal with food stuff because it has to do with the learning teaching dimension. So they're like, oh shit, we need to like bring this stuff. And so they needed freelancers because not all animals are supposed to be food and things like that. And they need to do really
Yeah.
important jobs that are like a lot of the animals that leave are because it's just not needed anymore. Speaking of throat chakra, not
Yeah.
needed anymore. And they're doing something weird. They're not happy about this.
Oh my gosh. Every time
Yeah.
like Faye and bugs
Anyway,
and stuff come up, your
yeah.
sinuses,
This is a throat thing.
the
They don't
coughing,
want
and
me to talk
everything.
about it. But anyway, that I think that's enough. You know,
Yeah.
and you weren't happy with the decision, and I don't think Ruby's energy was either. Do you know Ruby's mix, right? Yeah.
That makes sense. And I also they tell me that like bugs, like Titania is she's just an avatar I've come to understand. Like she's special, but the Titania that I met, the one I met is an avatar. And like the one that is depicted in art a lot is an avatar. Like it's rare. I don't think I've ever seen anyone really like get her larger energy and then name it. I've seen people depict it, but not name it and be like, this is who that is. But they've kind of been trying to tell me like, no, but these are your children though. Like they've
Yeah.
kind of been trying to tell me like, oh, but the bugs though, they're your kids. Like they're your children. Like in the sense of that they're my creations. But I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm so
But you
like
can still be
allergic
not
to
happy
them.
with the end result.
Yeah. Because I think like bugs are beautiful from a distance. Like I think they're beautiful when you look at them in pictures. And I think bugs are
That's the design.
very
So
I
you're
think
the
they're
designer, but you don't like
yeah.
what it's just like basically hating the fashion industry like I was and making clothes. That's basically with
Like
bugs.
bugs are stunning, and there are some bugs that I can stand, but like for the most part, like I really like I'm very close to spiders. Like I'm not afraid of spiders at all. I actually really like if I don't bother spiders because they're useful. Like if you have gnats, especially living in like the South, like if you have gnats
Especially
or
you're like,
flies,
eat them.
yes, I'm like, you can have them. And then if they get like too overcrowded in an area, I just pick them up and set them free outside. Like I agree with spiders. I agree with
Too.
butterflies. I agree with
Oh,
like
yeah.
certain.
Mosquitoes are the only ones. Remember the mosquitoes? I
Oh
still
my
am like,
gosh.
I'm
Oh
sorry,
my
I
gosh.
can't. These two
Speaking of
flies, I can deal with
mosquitoes,
them. I just don't
I
like ones that are bugging, like bug. I don't like ones
yeah.
that are like even spiders. I love spiders, but if they're jumping at me, I'm annoyed at them temporarily because I don't want them. I'm like, why are you
Yeah.
bugging me? Just exist. Like I like that you're existing. Leave me alone. Like why do you have to like make an appearance like that and try and get me? Like just stop it. I'm
I
minding my business. Mind
understand.
your business.
Yeah, like I understand it, but it's just like, oh my gosh, like even with mosquitoes, I understand they have to eat, but
No,
just last
I don't
week
like
and the
them.
week
Sorry.
before, I was getting utterly attacked by mosquitoes, like to the point to where the places where they bit, they're still on my legs, but they don't itch anymore. They grew
No,
into
I
like
have a scar.
huge red splotches.
When I went to um Nicosia,
Oh my
look, I have a
gosh,
scar
wait, I can
here. It
see.
was so bad. I mean, it was from mosquitoes,
Like
and I thought I was gonna
what is
die.
their
It was.
problem?
I was so mad. I was like, ah! It was a delayed. Remember how you said the mosquitoes are gonna come? That was like
Yeah.
that was what happened. It was on my legs as well. I have a scar, but they're scarred, and I didn't even touch it. Like when I was a kid, I did obviously. But look, it's a scar. It was so bad before. It
Exactly.
was.
That's how my legs look. Like it's gross actually. It
I went
doesn't
to
look
Cyprus,
good.
to Nicosia. That's like where the Venus came out of the water.
Cypress. Oh my
No one knows that
gosh.
story.
Wait.
It's my story. But basically, that's where she came from being a
Did you put pictures on
Reshkingal
the
through the.
Discord? You better.
No, I haven't put it. No, I haven't. I have just been so behind with the pictures. I want to though.
Please send us
But everyone,
pictures.
I don't know how to connect my Instagram. TikTok won't let me connect it. Every time I try, it says no. It pretends like it's gonna do it, and then it says in weird text like a font. And I don't know. I think it's meant. I tried like last year, and now I tried again, and it's still doing the same words. So I think my energies
That
don't want it.
is
But you
so
guys,
weird.
if you want to see my Instagram, it has all my art on it and my 1 day trips.
Okay. Okay.
But anyway, I will be catching up. I need to catch up with
That would be so
Grease
pretty.
and what was the other one? I forgot. I already forgot. I don't even know. Like I have so many. I have good stuff to post.
I love
But
that for
yeah,
you that you've been able to travel and like see so many places and feel
I
the
know it's so
energy there.
magical. I know it's so magical. I love it.
I'm planning my first trip to the ocean and hopefully I'm able to get there by the end of this summer. That's what I'm manifesting. That's what I'm asking for. Because I really want to like meet her in
Yeah.
person. Like I've just never been able to be there in person and I'm really hoping that gets to happen. And I'm most likely gonna have to go to Florida, but I don't even care. I just want to see the ocean. Like,
Oh yeah, I bet.
because
Doesn't Florida
my
have beautiful like shells? Like I always think.
um
I remember this girl that I was best friends with when I was a kid. She went to the Disneyland and then went to the water and stuff, and she
mhm.
came back with these amazing shells. And I'm like, "Did you really find those?" And she's like, "Yeah." And they were like bright pink and stuff.
Yeah, Florida, I'm pretty sure they definitely have.
God,
It's
I
I
want
think you'll find the
especially
shells on the non like
beach lady.
um commercial on the non-commercial beaches. So the beaches that are just like beach, you'll find them.
Yeah,
And then the ones that are more so like commercial, probably not. Probably
people take
partly
them.
because people are picking them up, and then partly because they're probably like far under the sand or something like
Yeah.
that. But I really just I'm like I'm ready to meet the ocean. All I know the rivers, I know the streams, I know the ponds, I know the lakes, but I'm like I haven't been able to see or like meet the ocean,
But
and I'm like
also,
that's
speaking of
me.
this,
That's my
there is a
girl.
version of you that is very important, and I was hoping you would come to me about it. So I don't know
Uh,
when you're going to be ready, but there is a version that, yeah,
okay. Okay.
you know that.
Okay. I'll ask
Very important to your story.
for them to come forward, but I don't know. Like I
I
don't know
didn't
who they would be.
dig. I didn't dig, but I might because I think it has to do with me. But
Hmm.
um, I wanted to wait for you for us to unlock that together. But I was like, hurry!
Are they a de is she a deity?
Yeah.
I might know who you're talking about, but
Yes.
maybe not.
Yes.
I didn't tell you guys. I was gonna put it in the Discord, but I just haven't gotten around to it because it's been happening like in waves. But I have been interviewing Dion, like Aphrodite's mom. I've been interviewing her because I'm like partly it's I've been doing it like in the space of like months. So like I'll take a day to ask some questions, and then I'll wait, and then I'll take a day to ask more questions because it feels like she's kind of still uploading, but she's not. Like she's basically like here
Well,
now. Like
Ariana disappeared, by the way.
yeah.
So that's probably why it stopped.
Yeah, okay. Because it's kind of I haven't asked her any questions, but I'm like maybe it could have something to do with
Yeah,
her.
she's
I'm not sure.
disappeared for a couple months now. So
Yeah. Oh no, like where are you? She was so
poor
cute.
Dion.
She loved to show me like geese. Like she's connected to geese, and like birds, but like water
So
birds.
also she's also Zeus at the same time. Not actual Zeus, but the original energy of Zeus. So it's funny.
Which makes sense.
But it's a complicated version because you remember when I say that when, like, for example, Arabella, how Arabella is her own energy, but she was also
Hmm.
like an avatar. So it comes from an avatar that was in that energy. So, like, for example, it was like, remember how I was like, what is going on? It's basically
Hmm.
that plasma baby. I nicknamed them plasma baby, the original energy,
Yeah.
into the, being playing grandma in that avatar body while chaos and my original energy, and it depends on what's going on. Sometimes light would go in,
Hmm.
that she becomes after the she makes the underworld because of Arabelle, blah blah blah. She basically becomes Hecate, so she's Hecate, but then obviously there's all kinds of different Hecates as well, but she actually is Hecate. So Hecate is both, like I thought, she's both me and also like a mom at the same time.
And
You
I
know how
was
it,
thinking about Hecate. I wanted. Okay, that's
yeah.
so funny because
We
as
have a
we were
lot to catch up
talking,
on.
Hecate
Our family.
was like coming in my mind, but I was like, I don't have anything to bring up about her. So I was just like, hi, but like,
Yeah.
okay,
Yes.
clearly this is
And so
now
she's, and it
this is
was
her being brought
interesting
up.
for me because when I heard the story, because I've been going into the,
Mm-hmm.
like I guess, like like I said, the 3D making, uh, about like how things are made and how they're like there's a version of everything everywhere, but
Mm-hmm.
there's also a place where that was made, and it's just like layers and layers, and it's cute because like okay, so the transformations, like so from humans' perspective, so not from my thing. So
Mm-hmm.
like if people were looking at these stories, they would see Arabella as both what's her name? Oh my god, she's hiding now. We're just gonna say Diana because for some reason she hides Artemis. I don't know why she does that. So I got confused because if you think about it, she is a part of that story with Hecate and stuff like that, but it's not what people think. So if you think about it, okay, so here's like Artemis as Arabella, and then here's that chaos, the trio, right? And she's like they're together creating like the rules of nature and playing around with cute things, and it's their energy. And then after that, she leaves and works with Ra, who's basically Hathor, and like she's like leaves, and then she gets sad, transforms the whole paradise and etheric into the underworld, or I guess it was just etheric into underworld, and like reverses it. And then when we come back, she's like losing her mind and everything's all wild. And then Arabella becomes Persephone by creating all the layers of the underworld so that everything can either become what it once was or stay how it got created. And so she created the first like multi-dimensional thing with energies or whatever. Like she's the inventor, so Persephone, but it's not really Persephone because Persephone is like what humans have thought of, but it is like from their understanding, because then Erebus is Hades, and then they work together. He like knew about that, and then Erebus comes from the scar of light leaving me, and that
Right.
rip. We both have that rip. So if you think about it, it all goes together, and so that's why people think of these things and they think, oh, the love story, and you know, do you see how it's like,
Yeah,
no,
it all
but
flows.
that's how it works. That's how I can, like, if I was going to tell someone that needs to know that story, that's how the story works. But it's a bit different from my perspective. I don't give a shit about that. I just like now, I just like drop that, and I just see it as, I don't see it as Hecate. I know her name. Her name's like, I think it's Aria Loy or something like that. That mom, and I see her both as me and a mom at the same time. Like when I'm looking through the eyes of Arabella, because Arabella becomes light because of another story that explains like the war on memory, which is not really a war, it's a like whatever. And she becomes like she remembers everything instead of like not remembering everything. And so I see from her perspective both. So it's like she be like I can see it in each. That tells you how complicated this is, and when we oversimplify, because I can see through her eyes when she's like a child vibe, not really a child, but she's like creating and they're like being fun, and she doesn't know anything, and then she does know stuff. Like it goes, like, you know what I mean, like the difference between the two, and then she becomes both another version of me, but all mixed with other energies and my like a lover and like all this stuff mixed together, and you're like, ah, what's going on?
Right. It's
So
like
yeah,
once
and the
again
wrong thing is
everything happening at once, everything everywhere.
yeah, because then when I'm Arabella and then she finds out she's like, you know, she gets all of Light's memories, then she actually sees Ra as her son. And it was her dad, and it's just like, and then he already knew it because he made a deal that with himself that he wouldn't remember, because that little plasma baby that's being the mom of Ra, which is the grandmother of Arabella. And then Arabella, when she realizes she's light, she now, that grandmother is actually her child. But do you get
Thank you
it?
so much. It's yeah, exactly like
When a
it's
human sees it, they see the thing I said, but that's how I see it. Like I'm
yeah.
like, holy shit. So the perspective is extremely important.
And then it's like
Oh,
with
Camille, do you want to come up?
Arabella. Wait, sorry?
I was saying to Camille, do you want to come up?
Oh yeah, they can totally. Wait,
Oh,
Hi, Camille.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. I didn't want to interrupt. You all sounded like you're having a very riveting conversation.
Oh no, you're fine.
People always think this because like Tatum and I know like energetically like it's like we know why, but people always say that. Remember when Janine would be like, oh, I thought you were talking to her. And I'm like, no, I'm talking to you. We're like
Yeah.
glued.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's okay, yeah. Hello, Camille. How was your day? And I'm excited for our session.
Yes, me too. Yeah, we are meeting in a couple days. I've been I mean, you know what? It's funny. I was like, should I like super prepare and like write stuff down? And I
No,
have a few things that,
prepare what you want. Like,
yeah.
if you don't know what you want, then prepare. But yeah.
No, there's like maybe two or three things I think yeah, that we'll kind of get into. But I'm also usually with these kind of things I kind of just trust that it'll go where it's meant to go. Um
It always will,
um
but if you to get the most of the hour, it is good that you do have questions so that like you can make sure that the things, like no questions, but anything you want to add, like so that we can make sure you don't miss out on things. Because sometimes that does happen where obviously everything we talk about is going to be great and exciting, but sometimes you'll be like, oh, I wish I did this. So like make sure that doesn't happen. But you're not really preparing. You're just making sure you get like all of it. Right.
Yes. Yeah, no, that's exactly it. And I'm like I feel like you asked me like how my day was. My day was good but I feel like I'm experiencing like ennui or something. I don't know. Like I'm like having this what's another word for it?
Yeah, I'm
I
like,
forgot what I just heard the word we like someone define it and now I'm like, wait, what does that mean?
Like
yeah, same.
yeah.
I'm like,
It
wait, what?
yeah, ennui like it's I mean I'm sure it's a French word, I'm sure. And I don't speak French,
But
but
why is
it's
it
like
deleted from us? Like, what? It's even deleted
yeah.
from you, Camille.
Yeah, exactly. Like how do I explain it? Like ennui kind of like this not melancholy. It's not that like I'm not sad, but it's almost just like nothing's hitting right now. Like nothing's
Oh
like
yeah, yeah, I know that.
you know what I mean? And it's
Yeah.
like I don't feel this way very often because like as you know, I'm like into everything and but for some reason today I was just like
Mm.
I'm bored.
Yeah,
I 100%. Wow.
yeah.
Also, Camille, off topic. You are beautiful. I love your hair.
Thank you.
I love your hair. It's so funny because my parents are like currently trying to talk me into like locking up my hair, and I'm like so close, so I might do it. They're like, you should do it, you should do it, and I really want sister locks, but yeah. But I saw your hair, and I was like, it's so pretty.
Oh,
You
thank
guys
you.
are both beautiful.
But I can definitely like relate to that, especially on the part where it says like the listlessness
Yes.
from a lack of occupation or excitement. Like I have personally, I love to work personally. I just like to put myself to work and I like to like earn things. Like it makes
This
me
is why
feel
it's
really
happening.
good. And I have not been able to be back in that position. And it's just had me so like, ugh. But I've been working out to like fill the hole, and it's actually been working. But I'm it's so sore today, guys. Like I feel rickety. I'm
Yeah,
so
it
sore.
happens. So, Camille, the answer to your question is that you are getting to know yourself.
Yeah.
And we forget that getting to know ourselves means that there are a lot of tired, unheard, exhausted again, and go versions of us that need care. So when this happens, I was talking about this early in the live. You have the little pages that you're going through, and we're sometimes when we're excited, we're pulling those versions with them, and those versions are like no, and so it's time to honor them, and
Yeah.
sometimes that can be in the form of feeling frozen. Sometimes it could be like you hate everything. Sometimes it could be all kinds of stuff, but honor them. And then if you want to go further, which don't force yourself, if you want to go further, you can ask, who are they? And get into detail. How old are they? Are they someone recent? Is it something today? Is it, that kind of stuff. But you don't have to. All you need to do is meet your body with that. That's the top priority is your body. And see each feeling that you don't feel or you like, whatever it is, and check in with that. And you're going to feel gross, and that's okay. And our lesson with that is that that's okay. And I was talking about this with Tatum, how you get to a point where, not always, but a lot of the times, the things that we are taught, we don't get taught in society, is those can be doorways. They can be blessings, because not only can they be on your side now, but they also will open the door, because they are the thing that don't want to come with you, and now they do because they're integrated in you. So it's getting to know yourself, and it's integration, and it's not always cute.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they are cute at the same time, because they need love and care. And so if we can remind ourselves that you're carrying a little universe, you can tell them that. Hi, Lay. Do you want to? Is it Lay? Do you want to come up with us?
If she would like to, that would work, because I actually have to go off.
Oh, thank you for coming.
He's tying shoes with my little brother, so
Oh, cute.
we're gonna go do that.
Oh, have fun. That's exciting.
Yeah, it took me forever to learn as a kid, so I get it why it's taking him forever to learn. But yeah, see you guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah. See you soon, Tatum. And yeah, dolphin soon.
The dolphin soon.
Yeah.
Also, hi, Leah.
Hey, what's up?
Hi.
Okay, guys, have fun. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I enjoyed it. Yeah, how are you?
How are you? I'm okay.
I'm all right. I was just really relating to what she was saying. Like, I think for me, it's really fascinated about like self-discovery and just getting to know myself and what brings me joy. Because but it's like I feel like it's such a it requires like so much presence of like my body and all of these things, but then I don't know, I just tend to be someone who like is so unsure sometimes and indecisive, and like even within relationships I feel like I'm not ready to be in one, because I have to know who I am before I'm with someone who like, because then I feel like I'd be confusing, you know what I mean? But then the other side of me is like, wait, I still deserve love, and like someone there knowing, like having that transparency that I'm still figuring things out. But yeah, I just came out of like a really toxic relationship where like he talked down on me and like really, belittled me and all these things. And it's like, yeah, of course, like I have stuff to work on. Like, I don't know about you, but like, just so much like that has hit me. And like, if I wasn't stronger, like if I hadn't done a lot of work, compared to my past self, that would have like broken me down a lot, just to hear like, just someone do that to me, and not have like my own sense of confidence from my own like inner self. So yeah, like it's also important to surround yourself with like really good people.
But it's also, keep in mind that it's important to also not be hard on yourself with that and feel like you have to keep go, because you just like, you need to give yourself some grace as well. Like you need to make sure that it's not just about like, because healing is a great thing, but it's a lifestyle change. It's not a putting a band-aid and like moving on. It's like you're really like reintegrating yourself. So if yourself can't do that at that moment, or you're feeling like a bit overwhelmed, or you don't want to do it, it's you. So it means that that's not the time, or whatever that means. But another thing that is important to keep in mind is when we can't make decisions, we try to make it into all these like topics that we can think of. But not being able to make a decision or know what we want comes from pieces of ourselves all over the place. And maybe you think that you are like, you don't know what's going on and whatever. It's about bringing those back in. And so I'm going to give you an example of my partner was having feet issues and got these special shoes that are quite pricey. And they have lots of problems making decisions of like buying things and things like, and I'm just making an easy, simple one. And the reason why this was happening is because there were so many different versions of him that were having traumas. So one of them was worried about do I even deserve to have more than one pair of shoes? I don't want to waste stuff. Am I being too wild with this? And then another one was like that. And so hearing out all those versions is how we make decisions. And I have the same thing as he does. I can't make decisions, and it's a trauma. It's a not learning how to do it. And it's not just a trauma. It's like not knowing how. That's what a lot of traumas are. It's the things happening to you as a trauma, but also how you deal with it, not having those tools. And the tool to making decisions, what other people who have no problem making them, or people who are being reckless, they're not being reckless. They're doing the opposite of what we're doing. We're like, oh my God, I can't make a decision. They're like, oh, well, because that's how they deal with it. But it's basically pieces of you that are unheard, going around in your head and being chattery, or you're pushing them away and hiding them places, if that makes sense. So that's basically what needs to happen is, if you're worried about it, it will not always, all of the stuff I talk about and everyone talks about, even though they don't know, everything will work out. But when we're sensitive and we're ready to do it, it makes life more magical, and you're more sovereign, and you feel more like everything is like working in a way, and you prove to yourself that it's working in a way that makes sense to you, and you're a part of it rather than away from it and thinking things are happening to you or they're happening for you. You are a part of it instead. And that's like the embodiment vibes. So that's kind of what that is like when you're making those decisions and we make those ideas like, oh, I need to make sure I know who I am. Yes, you do, because that is amazing. And I'm so proud of you that you do that. But at the same time, what are the other versions of you saying? That's just one. And you all have to be on board with you here. Right?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's definitely more empowering, like seeing myself more involved in the process.
Yeah, you're a part of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's important.
These are all these
That's what we do. That's what society has taught us, is to tell us, okay, look at that and see how you can get to that ladder. No. How are you a part of that ladder? How are you a part of that thing? And that's how we break the human systems that are stupid, is by saying, how am I a part of this? What do I have to do with this? What parts of me are not integrated into this? I'm on board for this, but I feel like I still don't know. That means there's a version of you that doesn't know. Right?
Yeah. And that's okay. Like, you're still learning. Okay. Yeah. I like that.
Yeah. And like any kind of force, I know a lot of people would argue with me, any kind of force and push and things like that, it's not natural. It's not natural. It's not, I'm not saying like to be like, woo, like that, because that's like, again, that's the other extreme. But it's just making sure that you feel comfortable and safe. And like everyone deserves that. Everyone deserves to feel effortlessly safe. And like understanding like how they fit into the picture. Everyone deserves this. To me, that's peace. Feeling safe, how you fit in the picture, how your bigger energy fits in the picture, like what's going on. Like, like we all deserve that. And yeah. To be forced.
Yeah, I like that. I feel for me, the force comes when it's like other people want me to do it on their terms, or like out of
the boundary.
Yeah, like I do need to be better at my boundaries around that for sure.
Better at relationship with your boundaries. And boundaries are not what people think, because people only think of enforcing boundaries. That's different. But actual boundaries are your limitations as a human being. So, for example, if you can't stand someone talking to you like every single second of the day and you love them to death, and you tell them, I'm sorry, I can't do this. This really drives me crazy. And you're like, it's not you. It's just, I can't speak that long. I need to be this. That is both knowing a boundary and enforcing a boundary. So the enforcing a boundary is about, being classy about it and thoughtful of the other person, and also still standing your ground at the same time. And then the knowing the boundary is basically, I call it like a little bouncer manifesto, where you write down all the things you love and you like. And it's like you have these bouncers and you give them that list, and those things cannot come to you. And if they do, you need to look at why they're coming to you. Because a lot of abusers, especially from my experience, they are not, this is something that I disagree with when people say that they target people who are vulnerable or whatever. It's the opposite. They will target everybody. They will stay if the person's vulnerable and keeps letting them and has no boundaries. But it's not, people think it's their fault and, oh, I'm putting off a vibe and no, I disagree with that 100%. For what I've seen energetically, it's completely wrong. It's that they let it. And you can see this with children. Children don't have that. And so they let them on accident because they're children and they need to be protected, right? So everyone, adults, children, everyone, they're letting them. And it's not that they let them and it's their fault. It's that that's when it's the vulnerable people getting taken advantage of, because then they're letting them, because they don't know, they have no idea. For example, me, I had no idea boundaries existed. I only learned about boundaries 4 years ago. Like, that's scary, right? Like, what? I didn't even know. Like, and then when I learned about it, I started thinking, oh, that's for other people. Like, how sad is that? And then I realized, I'm like, oh my God, I need to have boundaries. So yeah, so that is why, so you should never blame yourself and say, oh, I'm attracting like these weird, no, it's because you still haven't, you unfortunately, it's not your fault. You don't have the tools to, you don't have your manifesto. You don't have, you don't feel like you have the right to speak up and be like, no, and how to say that. Because it doesn't even have to be an abuser. It can be like, for example, when I talk to people, if I go to an event and people are, I don't know, they're from not this kind of energy stuff, and they ask me what I do, and I have boundaries, I have limits. So like, I obviously don't want to talk to them about something that is going to make them feel weird, because we're not there for that reason. We're like there for, I don't know, fashion, for example. And so what I would do is I have built my limitations when I talk to people who don't do energy stuff or whatever. And so I have a word of how I enforce that, words that I use that can make someone feel like they can go, oh, I don't want to talk about this, and it won't be weird. They'll be like, oh, okay, cool, and then move on, right? Or you might go, hey, let's talk about this. So I set my stuff up. So it can be intense things like abuse. It can be types of people that keep coming in your life, but it can also be the way that you interact, your limitations with interactions. So that's also part of it. And I wouldn't force yourself to do this. I would do it when it comes up, or when you feel like you feel powerless, then you can do a few and write them down. But this is something to do as it happens. Anyway, I felt that a lot of people needed this, not just, because that's what we do. We only do personal ones that are part of Patreon, but I know that everybody needed this, so I need it too.
Yeah, I think like with self-discovery, like part of that, the goal of doing that is to differentiate and like identify myself amongst others, so I know like where my limits are, like you've mentioned, because I've definitely grown up being, I think, more expected to be like readily available and just kind of jump in and lose myself and others, and so yeah, it can definitely be.
And so this is like, that's part of it, is finding your sovereignty. And a lot of us, I know from experience, what was stopping me is I didn't want to hurt people. I put people first before me. And that's okay, but it needs to be in a way that's sustainable. I still do that, but I make sure that I'm watching myself. So that's another thing, is I talk about watching instead of constantly saying, oh, I'm doing that again. Instead, you just go, oh, okay, this is something that I do a lot, and you just watch it, and you don't care. You don't have a positive or negative reaction to it. You're just like, okay. And you realize, you're like, okay. And the more you realize it, the more aware you get, the more you kind of don't do that anymore, because you're aware. You don't have to yell at yourself. You don't have to be, like, oh, I need to work on this more, or what's wrong with me? No, just observe it. And the more you observe it, like I said, the more attention you give to it, the more you actually go, wait, this doesn't even match me. You go like, why am I doing this? And it becomes like a play almost, where you're like saying words that weren't in the lines, and you're like, this doesn't match.
Yeah. yeah, I think like slowing down is definitely
Yes,
helpful,
slowing down.
and like how people react to my like calm like limit setting boundaries is also something that like I would trip up on a little bit, because I'm like, oh my gosh, am I hurting them by doing this? It's like maybe it's not the right alignment if
Yeah.
they're mad at me for having that space or something like that.
Yeah. So Trent says, apparently the words that you say matter. I'm still learning that one. Yes. I'd say to prioritize the words that you say to yourself and how you think and what words mean to you, not necessarily how you talk to other people. That's like, when people in spirituality talk about words are spells, I mean, kind of like everything's a spell. But it's like, it's not like something like they act like it's a discovery and they're being tricked. And I'm like, everything is like, everything is a spell. Your thoughts are spells. The thought forms that I'm going to be talking about, I keep saying I'm talking about it, but I promise it's coming soon. I still have to do the dolphins for Patreon, and it's very exciting. So I'm doing the dolphins. I'm prioritizing the dolphins. That'll be in tier 2 of Patreon. It's in the animal interview part, and then I'm gonna do the thought forms. But thought forms are like this. It's like something that like you give life basically to your expression. So if it's your own life giving to expression, like like that's gonna relate to you in your internal reality, right? But if you're giving life to something else, it's like, as because we've talked about this on the live before, the internal reality, the internal external reality, and the external reality. If you're giving, like, if it's in your internal reality, then you're gonna have that, and then the internal external reality, you're gonna give that thing. So yeah, sleep time. Dolphins have come to me multiple times. Yeah. I'm excited about the dolphins. Oh no, you guys, you disappeared. Oh, you came back at the same time.
I'm curious, like, how do you describe, or do you believe in like channeling, and how do you describe it?
So how I think of it is that everyone's channeling, but the type of channeling is different, obviously, and the focus is different. So, for example, someone who is a practitioner that's channeling, and they say, "I am a channeler," those people have intentions, and they're asking direct questions, and they're like going for it, right? Whereas people who are just like me right now, I'm just, not me, because I'm channeling usually my other energies and stuff for the live. But like, if you're channeling in the sense of you're like, wait, what kind of cake should I make or whatever, then basically, Trent, actual dolphins. If you're making a cake, that's channeling. Or if you're just like telling someone, oh, when are we meeting, that's channeling as well. Because like, if you think about it, your energy is kind of like the energy of the light socket when you put the the energy, electricity, right? It's like that. And you have different styles. It's not just the same one. Like, there is the same one as well, but you have your own like special one. And so when you're doing that, you're using it for like normal human stuff, like when you think of stuff, use your brain and stuff like that. So I think that channeling is happening all the time. And like I said, it's more about you figuring out how to understand that you are all the time, and how and why, and what your style is, and what you want to do with the channeling. Because I've shown people on the live that they can not only just open their third eye, because that's basically like all the time people do it, they just don't know they're doing it, they're unconsciously doing it. And also I've shown them how, to like, there was like a guy that got freaked out because I was like, let's talk to your ancestors, and he's like, oh my god. But yeah, you can literally do that.
That was the cutest thing I've ever.
I still can't get over it. It was very cute.
Oh, it's so adorable.
I told my friend today, I was like, oh my god. Oh my god. For me, it's like a multi-dimensional dolphin, very hard to... Okay, so I'm excited that you said this, because basically... Oh yeah, I am powerful? Oh, I love it!
Yeah, it was so cute.
Yeah, so like basically, I was telling Tatum that when I was starting the interviews, because I'm interviewing the animal collectives of the it's complicated, but if you guys are interested in it, I talk about it in that, like the first episode is just about that, about like why am I doing that kind of thing. There is one that's in the tier 3 that I might bring over as well. That is, I talked to Basta and she was like bringing that up about cats and stuff. So she went into detail. So that's why it was in the 3rd tier, because in the 3rd tier I'm talking about my like what I'm going through and the energies that are coming to talk to me and stuff. So it is available to just get it if you want to, but I probably will bring it because like why, like it should be in there. But anyway, so when the first one was budgies, so I talked about to budgies and like they explained like all the stuff, and it helps people. I did it because it helps people. It is a bit sad, but once you get past the sadness of what it is, I did it so that people that are ready, that can, listen to it, they'll be the right people. I will not put it like everywhere, because like I said, it is sad. People don't get it, and I really feel like they need to be ready. And I would always talk about, if people bring it up in a way that is appropriate in other situations like the live or like other things, I might do it, but I have to get the approval of that group. There's a lot of stuff I have to do to get them to do it. But unless they're my energy, like I'm starting with my energy, so like then it's like there's no problem. But yeah. So yeah, so basically, what was I saying? Whenever
Maybe
it's
dolphins?
what? Wait, what?
Were we talking about dolphins? Was that what it
You're
was?
talking about oh yeah, I found out when I was talking to Tatum. I said when I was started, like I usually start and then I like move on, and then they come and like bug me. It's so cute. I found out that they're not really animals like animals are, and they're not really cryptids. And yeah, I found out that they're like a different like thing that people don't even know like about.
That makes
Like,
sense.
but what you said is very close.
I was going to ask,
Good
with the
news?
symbolism with these. Oh, the good news. I found an organization that's going to help me learn how to human a little better. You know, being raised by psychopaths and all that. So they stopped by today, and we got
Good
to set
job,
up.
Trent.
So
I'm proud of you. That's
that's
amazing.
fantastic.
You deserve that. I'm so excited.
But
yeah,
so I just want
and
to
then
share the good news because I've been bugging the heck out of you two Junior meal. So I was
no, I'm so happy. Like that was so quick. You're
but
like,
yeah,
woo.
so next week I'll get to go have human practice.
Oh my god, I'm excited. Human
But
practice is
I
important.
was going to ask real quick about the dolphins.
Yeah.
Well, I'm excited at it.
Hey, it's okay, I got you. Did you get yourself locked in the closet? Yes, you did. Here, let's get you out.
But you guys were talking
I'm
about
so
dolphins,
excited.
and made me go ahead and say I'll ask the crazy question. I keep dreaming about human-like bears. I don't know why. More humanoid bears. They can talk, they can move, they can speak, but their joints don't articulate like a bear. They bend like ours, but they look like a bear.
Yeah, thank you. I can open that for you.
So let's see. I'm gonna. What was the context? Like, can you tell me about what you were doing in there? Like, how do you know them? Let's do. Do you want to do something
They
fun?
look like the same bears that I've seen as a kid. I'll have to go down to the.
Okay, we're gonna do.
I don't
wanna do
know.
something?
Are you going to take another book? You have all my books. I'm joking. I'm joking. Sure.
No, I'm gonna help you open one of your books. Do you want?
Okay.
Okay. All right. So
Yes, that's
right
fine.
now,
Sorry, my son's like eating me with a fruit roll up.
okay. Right now, visualize. Be there, like if you can, right in front of the bear person.
Okay.
Okay. When you're there, when you were dreaming this, try to focus on, do you remember who you are when you're viewing this? And also, what are you viewing them from?
It's from it's a familiar place. It's known as Logway Eddy. It's a very, very large cut through a mountain where the river runs through.
So you're the place.
And I used to sit there and hang out, and these bears will show up one at a time to tell me about different things happening along the river. And I don't ask them. They just tell me, hey, the beavers are working down here. They're going to be working down here for the next few weeks. Hey, look up here. The minks, they said they're wanting to hunt. All right, so let the minks hunt up there. And it's like chit chat in a forest, but I have no idea why every time I have this dream, the conversation changes. Like they just tell me about the happenings in the forest, and so I don't understand what
So,
the
but
purpose
just
of
can
it is.
you focus on who you are when they're telling you this? Are you the place? There's no wrong answer. Like, what does it feel like? What's your POV?
I'm pretty high up on the edge of the bluff, so I'm either in a tree or I am the tree. I don't know.
Do you want to look down and see?
It's there's nothing specifically underneath me, but there is something behind me because I know that I have my vision blocked by a tree when I'm in the
Okay.
dream. I'll try and look left and right.
Yeah. Turn around as much as you can, because you can. Because right now you're Trent, so you can do that.
Well, I can see all the eagle nests that I'm familiar with being there. They're scattered throughout.
The what?
Well, there's a bunch of eagles' nests that are always there, and I can still see those. They're still scattered about.
Okay, so do you think that you're the mountain or trees? Or the whole
Very
place?
well could be. I think it might just be the mountaintop. I can turn and
Okay.
look at everything that's at the very peak.
Okay. And you don't see anything but
But if I
trees,
try,
and you don't see anything else, like no possibly
I
hands,
can
feet.
see I can see where the river stretches down. I can see where the shadows are cast down the mountainside from where the sun can peek through the treetops.
Okay.
I
So
can see
now,
the animals.
do you have any intel? Do you know something? Like where you're like, how do I know this?
I know that there are 3 bodies buried at the top.
Okay. What else? What type of bodies? Are they human?
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, what type of bodies? Are they human?
Yeah, there's 3 human bodies.
Okay. What else do you know?
Yes, they are. Neldon's ashes were spread there as well. I don't know who
Okay.
Neldon is, but they told me that somebody came out and sprinkled Neldon. And I said, I don't know what that means. But I'm
Okay.
thinking it has to be probably somebody got cremated.
Okay. So now,
Um,
can you call the bear being over and tell me where they are and what's going
not,
on when you're talking to him?
they're to my south. They're to the southeast of me. I'm looking over the water down to where the river is. It's about 300-400 yards down to where the water starts.
Okay, so you're still kind of the mountain peak.
And the bear won't come any closer. It will not come up to exactly where I am. It stays off to the side and it talks.
Okay.
And then
So it's talking it's
every
talking to
time I
you
keep trying to call, it's weird. Every time I call, it gets further away.
every
Well, it's,
time.
every time I try to get its attention,
Okay.
it gets further away or it goes silent. But if I just sit and be quiet, it speaks.
Okay. So let's do that for a second and see what he says when you're quiet.
And I apologize. This might be hard for me to do at the moment because it's
I think you're doing great.
fruit leather, but I'm being attacked with fruit leather.
Fruit leather and all, you're doing great.
Well, I
Oh, it cut you off.
to go to this spot. Yeah, can you hear me? Sorry. I
can hear you
think
now.
I'm gonna need to go to this spot. There's
Okay.
an eddy that is off the side of the river that they are trying to take me to. They
Okay,
keep
yeah,
winning
go with them. Go with them.
and I can see a boat.
Yeah.
I can see halfway washed up on the side of the eddy.
So it
So I'm wondering if I need
before
to go
that
check
was.
and see if somebody's stuck out there.
Oh, nice to meet you, Leia. So, okay, so before that was the peak that you were at. That was you feeling who you are in the dream. So like why you were having that dream and like who you are, like who are you being in that dream? And that's like the POV. Now it's turned into Trent who's awake, not who you were in the dream. And it is pulling from, you're in that astral memory right now. And this little bear, little dude is basically now becoming your guide to move you to wherever it makes sense for you to talk, because it looks like that's not what they do when it comes to the peak and them. They don't, it's not like that. So it was your understanding of how you remember as trends in the dream. You're like, okay, there's a bear, and then I'm here, and I'm like, blah, blah, blah. So that was to show you who you were, what was going on here. Now you're Trent. So the bear is talking to, the bear dude is talking to you as Trent. So now you go as Trent and go with them. And tell me when you get to where they want to take you.
It's weird because I've had these, and this is the issue I have with someone. I've had these dreams before, and this is how I've always found my food when I was out in the woods. We have hundreds of
Yeah.
thousands of acres of wilderness, and I don't know why it's like drawing me back to the old settlement. There's an old
Yeah.
settlement in the woods that was like a town used to be there, and then 1880s it was kind of abandoned.
Yeah.
But for some reason, I'm wanting to go back there. And that's where I get confused with myself. I don't know if it's my intentions or if it's where I'm being guided. They feel the
It
same.
has to do with your story.
When it starts to blend,
It has to do with your memories. Your memories are coming. Those are little memories. And they're not always direct. They can be, like I said, they could be, you know, you need to like open up the files and stuff like that. But because we think, oh, it's that. No, there's a lot more to it to explore. But you are getting,
well,
those are memory keys. Those pulls are pulling you like those are memory keys. But don't get caught up in that. Let's see what he has to say. Has he brought you to the place?
I think I might have to wait. I think I might just have to try and do some other time because my son is being relentless right now. He just licked all up and
But
down my
anyway,
leg.
so what we were doing there, I was taking you through the different POVs. So you got to go through the POV of your answer. This is how you get your answers by yourself. You go to the dream and you're like, okay, who was I?
Okay.
That's what we did. That's the
Okay.
first important. That's anchoring yourself in the dream. And it doesn't mean you're going to get answers like we saw, but it's going to give you the answer of who you were so that you can anchor. Then you call in whoever you need to, and then you keep going. And I got information as well. Usually I turn it off because in a session because I want the person to do it, but I let them talk to me and they gave me a lot of stuff. So when you're ready for that, we can like dive into that. They were nonstop talking and it was really cute. But yeah, so that's kind of what it is. And it's they're talking to me about my relationship. So it wasn't really about you. Like they weren't talking about you. They were talking about
There's a
me.
chimney clean out now. That's all I can think of.
A chimney?
Okay.
What?
There's a
What'd you
chimney
say?
clean out. There's an old foundation with the flagstones on the ground, and there's a chimney clean out that has three. I don't even know what to call it. It looks like how if you take a knife edge to a piece of ribbon and it gets all twisty.
Yeah.
It curls the ribbon. It's got like that design, but it's cast iron black,
Yeah.
and
It's like ironwork.
it wants me to open the clean out. I don't know what's inside the clean out.
Open it.
I don't know. I'll have to. I could see
Uh-oh.
you clean out like it's in front of me.
Oh, your connection went away.
I have bad service right now.
Oh,
I don't know if you
not
can
at
still hear me or not.
No, it's back. You're back.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to come back. There it goes. There it goes.
Yeah,
I know I was
it's back.
saying it's weird because I can see the clean out in front of me. Like it's literally in front of me. I can see it inside my mind.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It wants me to open it, but when I open it up, it just keeps going. It's just dark and
Yeah.
open. Not like an actual chimney.
Yep. Yeah. And is the bear dude biting you, or is it someone else? Or is it yourself?
That's just myself. I don't know. The bear pointed me to the town, and I know where that town is. I've been there before, and I dug up plenty of provisions from that town before too, because I had dreams that there was like preservatives underneath some of the old cellars and some of the old houses. So I went out there and checked it out, and yeah, there was okra and all sorts of other veggies and some peaches too, and it was pretty dang good peaches. I don't know if you ever had a canned peach after it's been canned for like 60, 70 years. Oh, they're good.
Did you ask? Do you want to ask him why he's pointing? Do you want to ask him? Say, why did you point here? What did I just say? Did I ask a question that I didn't know about? Like which one? Like because sometimes we ask stuff and then we like forget what to ask.
How to rekindle.
Okay, rekindle what?
They said I asked how to rekindle.
Oh, but what did you? What do you remember when?
During prayer and meditation, how to restart the desire to live.
Okay.
Like how to get the spark back to want to go do stuff.
Okay, and so he pointed.
Is it
to
telling
go
me to
there.
clean out the ashes?
He's saying to go into your potential, like remember, like everything, which is kind of me. But yeah, that's what I'm telling you to do. I'm telling you the same thing.
I think I just got told to dust off the ashes.
But what does that mean?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
It's the same thing I tell over and over again. It's going into your darkness and saying, okay, what's my potential? And looking and exploring your darkness and potential. And potential is infinity. Right?
Well, I was going to say, mine aren't exactly nice about it, but they get the point across. I have to appreciate that.
Yeah, but that's what that was. Like something going on and on forever. What is that? That's infinity. That's potential. That's darkness. That's
I was getting my hopes up though. I was hoping maybe he was going to let me know there's more like peaches out there or something. They had these spiced apples
you
too.
can ask about that. You don't have to you could do that too. I think they thought this was a priority.
It probably is. I'm getting my priorities mixed up.
I think they feel you. You wouldn't get it mixed up. They're feeling that you think it's a priority. They're not going to just think, "Oh, this is Trent. This is your priority." They're going to be like, "This is what you're prioritizing," but you might not know or whatever. That's usually how this works.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to say I often get lost with all this just because of my isolation from the real world. I grew up like it was the 1800s and everyone else kind of grew in the 21st century. I did the covered wagon shit. I literally had to ride horses everywhere.
Does it bother you though? Because if it doesn't bother you, it doesn't matter. Because the real world is your reality. That's the real world. And then there's the shared world, which is whatever your shared one is now. Like they change and fluctuate. This is even one shared world, us talking. And then you have the external reality, which is all of the stuff that we've done all mixed together into there. Right? So like is that a problem? It's just it was your shared world you have. That's it. Right?
It's only a problem when it comes to trying to navigate life, because like where I'm at now, I am doing my best not to live like I'm trying to think of a fun example, something that would be a little more lighthearted. What's it? Yeah, I think there's a TV show. The Bushmasters, Alaskan Bushmasters, or what do you want to call them?
Yeah.
I don't need to live like that anymore.
No.
I have electricity.
Yeah.
But trying to become better adjusted to it so it stops scaring people, because like the other day I picked up a rock and was getting ready to take a squirrel out of the tree because I was getting hungry, groceries were low, and people were looking at me like, dude, we're in a public area, what are you doing? And I'm like, oh, this
Like
is
I'm
default
hunting for
mode, let's stop this. Like, this is default mode, let's stop this. These people aren't used to this.
But the thing is like but like look, you found like a group that's gonna like give you those tools, and you know that you want those tools as well, which is like a powerful combination. Like that's amazing.
Well, I will say I don't know much about all the different things that can help with or what people use for symbolism, but if people enjoy crystals and stuff like that, I do know how to make arrowheads and tools from bones and flutes and everything like that, so I can give my own little contribution with the stuff I have learned.
Yeah.
There's stuff I like from my past I will hold on to, most definitely. But me trying to
do that to yourself, where you think that you are like, that's okay. It's like it's you just need to think of those different parts of you. Just go, okay, how do I want to behave for myself? Like, how do I want to treat myself? How do I want to see from myself? That's the internal, that's your stuff. And then the external realities are all the shared things. Which shared things you want to be a part of? Now you're finding all these new shared things. And then also, how do you want to see the external world, which is being the change. So you can change that if you want to. But you have to be the change. And every time you interact with people, you know, the shared things, because it takes two to make a shared thing. So if you meet someone, like, for example, in that squirrel situation, like, in that situation, you are like, I'm hungry. So you're not caring about those things because you don't need to. You're being in survival. But then when you don't have to be in survival anymore, then you get to choose that. So there's no shame in being in survival and being mean to yourself when you don't get the opportunity to do that when you're in survival. Like, how would you're going to put your survival needs first, as you should, because that's the whole point, right? So then right now you're seeing possibilities of how to get out of survival, and then you get to have the opportunity to talk in those ways and okay, I'm going to take care of myself. Okay, I'm going to do this. And you're actually getting the luxury. Like you're getting to that point to have the luxury of doing that. But don't be mean to yourself when you don't have the luxury. This is something I absolutely hate about cultures right now in society, is how we treat people like this. Like, if you're in that state, everyone would be in that state in any scenario, right? Everyone would. I would, right? So don't be mean to yourself. That's okay. He's just expressing himself.
Oh no, he's towel snapping me.
Oh no.
Wet and cold. But no, I understand the concept of it, like what needs to be done, but it's blending who I am with who I'm trying to become. I do like technology. I do like building stuff, as I've learned about it in the past few years. But at the same time, if you need a home built or dug out of the earth and you need it done quickly before winter comes, I'm your man. I'm your guy, because I've done it so many freaking times. I get that cabin up real fast. Don't worry about it.
Oh, I want a house.
It's trying to understand which part
Yeah,
is
Camille's right.
part isn't. Because I can plumb my own water. I know how to
That's so
dig
cool.
wells, where to dig wells. I am a completely self-sustaining person. Even if I don't have a house, I promise I will be okay. I will be hungry until I get established,
Yeah.
but I know which roots I can eat. I know which tree's bark I can use for medicine. I know what leaves are going to help me if I have a stomach ache.
I love
And
that
it's
so
from
much.
trial and error. It's from a lot of stinking trial and error. There are some out there that will tear you open.
Oh no!
But you learn and you remember never to touch them again.
Do you enjoy making like art things, or like can you imagine if you did like if you I don't know, it would be really cute if you did like a little field guide or something like that. I think people would die for that. If you love that. Don't do it if you don't like it. But if you do like a little field guide, um, with either images or
I used
whatever,
to,
I think you know what I mean?
yeah, I used to rescue people out of the woods for fun. They would, like, if I
Yeah.
heard people shooting or honking their horn really far off in the distance, I would just take off. Because what most people don't realize is if you go to the right side of the mountain and the wind blows through, you're going to be able to smell who's been through there. Even if it's just something faint, it's not going to be normal. It's not going to be something that's supposed to be there. And then you follow the
Yeah.
unfamiliar smell, even if you can't identify it, and you'll eventually find out who it is.
That's so cute. That's what I mean. Like, if you were to write a little book about this, like, I don't know, I would get that book.
Well,
But
don't be
like,
going
if
to
you
get
want,
lost in the woods.
yeah, but if that's a fun thing, that no, but like, I think people would just like it. Yeah, like a zine or something. I think people would just enjoy reading it, like someone's knowledge of or their experience. But like I said, I don't want to push it because I hate when people do that. Like, I think that's horrible. But I can see it. I think it's would be so cute. But it doesn't mean you have to do it because it means another Trent did it or something. Like, so don't like think you have to do it. But like, if that's something that I don't know, I just saw how cute that is, so I shouldn't have said
Oh,
that.
oh,
Is it
you're fine. It would very well
okay?
work out for me.
I think
I
it's
just, at
horrible
the
when
point,
people do that.
don't know what I want to put my energy towards.
Yeah.
Like, right
Me
now,
too.
I'm focused on raising up the
Delete it.
income, getting money saved. You're okay. Because
No,
even
but
when I was
like,
in
but seriously
Colorado,
though, if people give you weird ideas, because I couldn't help it. I just wanted to share one of the things I saw because it's so cute. But this happens. I did it to myself even, so that's why I'm like delete. I do it. I had to. Hecate actually had to help me with it because um, brutally because I was constantly getting visions of different versions of me and confusing them as things I had to do and my goals. And I'm like, and she's like, no. And she was saying, she showed me Macbeth as a reminder. And she said, look in Macbeth, look at how if you know the future, it's the worst thing that you can do to a human. It is their demise. uh,
yeah,
um, because you don't enjoy the process. So
no, no,
that's
you
why I said
don't.
delete.
It ruins it. It sucks the fun out of it. I knew that
It
somebody,
ruins it.
I knew that somebody that I had invested time and effort in to make sure that they were going to be okay was going to be wasted by his wife going and cheating on him 2 years before it happened, and she did. She left him, and that just made him give up on living. And then, well, the way it goes. But I was like, I got to be careful with those dreams because they come true, and if I interact with it, it makes it worse. Like if
And
I try to
even like I said,
intervene.
personal. Like for me, that one was easy because they would just tell me, no, don't tell them because you're gonna ruin their life. And I'm like, okay. But me, it was very like I just would go for it. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna set up this thing, and I did so much stuff. Like there is a lot that has come to pass and stuff, but it never was like what I thought. So I was 100%. It was another version that I saw. And again, like I said, this can be a good thing. I don't want people to get scared of that, but I was being excessive, and so that's why I said I don't want to put that on you.
Oh, you're okay. I was gonna try and pick something up, but my son saw it, and he's like, "Ooh, sharp objects!" And now he's freaking out because he can't have it.
Oh, he's like, let me get that so I can get you.
No, I made a tree out of some very heavy wire. It was very stupid.
Uh oh.
I made an entire bonsai tree out of some very thick gauge wire, and he wants to touch it. I was like, "It's ready." I'm like, "It will bleed."
Is he
But
in
no,
the trial and error stage where he wants to try everything?
any and everything that's in my hands and nothing that is not in his. So all of his toys are useless unless I'm the one who's touching them or holding them. Then he wants to play with them.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's cute.
No, I would have fun with a guide because I even found this. I have really funny stories from all over the world of me finding people who are lost, and I find them by accident. I just notice the tracks were off, or I notice the tree branches snap, and I just go, "Well, I'm going to follow this. Oh, where's this going?" My favorite one of late, I found a German gentleman who got way, way too high and went
Oh,
cross-country skiing in Colorado. He ended up near a mining facility. There's a little bit of substation, power plant nearby, and I hear what sounds like yodeling at first, echoing, and then it gets pitiful and gets sad and sorrowful. And I'm like, okay, somebody might need help. We're going to head out that way.
yeah.
He
Oh my god.
tried to take, I think, 4 or 5 grams of mushrooms before he went into the woods,
Uh-oh.
and then
And alone.
decided that, yes, alone, no English, doesn't speak English, first time in the country, wants to just get out there
He
and
went
do it.
on an adventure.
Well, he was on an adventure. He ended up being tied around my waist as I drug him back. He stayed on his little skis, the position, and I drug him back. But I have too many of those for it to be circumstance. Like, I don't believe it's just by chance anymore.
Yeah.
Because I have dozens upon dozens of stories like that, where it's just people lost in the woods or lost somewhere, even in Arizona in the desert. I found a dude who got lost. I'm like, "Hey man, what's up?" And he goes, "Where'd you come from?" I was like, "I'm just going for a walk." He's like, "How close is town?" I was like, "It's about 28 miles. He goes,
Oh.
"How the fuck did you get out here?" I'm like, "I like to go on walks, okay?" I'm like, "Do you need help?" He's like, "Where is town?"
Oh.
So I gave him my water, and I was like, "Follow me, we'll go back to town."
Oh my god, that's very cute.
I don't know. I'm always at the right place at the right time to find somebody before they die,
Yeah.
before they scare themselves to death. That's usually more often than not what happens is people scaring themselves to death. Like, you're in the wilderness, let your body do what it was designed to. But believe it or not, we already know how to live in this environment.
Yeah.
Because I can,
was made-
well, I personally can say that I don't know how to live in the human environment all that well. But
Yeah.
my default, the one I can fall back on, is go chill out and hang out in the woods or hang out in the wilderness. I don't have to have somebody teach me. My body already knew.
Oh, that's so cute.
And I am not Tarzan. I am not Christopher Robin. Draker Woods. I got called that once.
I've been nicknamed the, what do you call it, Tarzan, or like that type of like wilderness of the underworld, because as a little kid I was always in the underworld and got answers from it. So I was like this wild, curly haired little girl that's like getting all her information from the underworld. So don't worry. Kindred spirits.
Mine was from animals. That gets you slapped real fast because you tell somebody like, "Hey, are you doing all right? Did you make it to the doctor? Is that cancer getting any better?" And they'll look at you and smack the shit out of you like, "How do you know that? How do you know I have cancer?" I'm not going to tell you how I know. I'm not going to tell you that an otter came over and we had a chit chat because that's going to get me beat. So,
Oh my god, I love that how
Also-
the animals they know everything. They're so cute.
if either of you come to Missouri, I know of a cave that is about 13 miles long. You start on one end and you traverse and you end up 2 towns away because it cuts through the
Whoa.
mountain.
Wow.
It takes a little bit of climbing to get through the first section, but beyond that, it's pretty smooth sailing. So if you guys ever want to do that, I have a spot in there where Don't judge my drawings. I started them when I was young, but I have a cave wall that's like the size of a gymnasium that I have been kind of decorating as I went through there.
Oh, I love caves. Oh my gosh. I went into this I think it was in Colorado Springs. Or yeah, I think it was in Colorado Springs toward this cave. It was like, I don't know, just like put me in a dark, dank, like nestle in the earth. I love that. Like it's like one of my favorite things.
Me too.
Would you be up to pet one of my hellbender
You have
friends?
what?
Your hellbender friends? Wait, what? What, the drawings?
Yeah, no hellbenders. They're giant salamanders, about the size of a small dog.
Oh,
Oh, I
my
love
God.
salamanders.
The size of a small dog? That's
Yeah,
really
like a chihuahua.
I love them. Oh my
I
god, I want to
gotta.
see them.
Oh
Or
For
a
me,
mud.
I like everyone laughs at me, like people in public and people who know me, because I literally look at animals like celebrities. I'm like, oh my god, like I love it so much. It makes me happy. Um,
Oh,
but what was I gonna say? I forgot. I'm so excited about animals. Um, oh well, I'll remember in a second.
no, you're fine. I was just saying, if you guys ever do end up coming through this part of the world, and I'm still here, I can give you a tour that you would not be able to pay anybody for, because I have literally lived out there in those 5,000 acres for most of my life.
I would love it.
That's awesome.
And the eagles are pretty cool. We can go check out the eagles. Just, I'll let you know now. You're both putting on a hat, okay? Because they like to take hair.
Oh no.
They used to have
Oh,
long hair. They
cute.
used to be our assholes. They will take hair.
Oh my god.
Oh, they need it for their nest.
Yep. They're usually pretty chill, pretty cool. They'll give you a little bit of a dance of like, hey, respect my space, and you just go ahead and duck your head a little bit and then go on. They're cool with it. But if you have lots of hair, they say, oh boy, that would be great. Thank you for the offering. I'm going to rip it out of your head. It's not fun.
Oh, oh, I remember what I was gonna say. Like, because Camille was saying, like, when you want to like go in the dirt and stuff, do you ever have the feeling of how you're like, you just want to like blend into stuff? Like, I have this so much where I love it so much, I'm like, I become a part of it for a second. I mean, it's my multi-focus for sure, but I'm like, ah! And I just become like the trees, or I become the plants.
Well,
And I always do it. Anyways,
there's
it's
like
so nice.
there's this thing that I do mostly in healing sessions that I've been calling shape shifting, and I don't know if that's like technically the right word for it, but it's essentially, well, okay, I do it in healing sessions, but then I also do it like if I'm in a situation where I don't want to be seen, is where I'll like
Yeah.
kind of like shrink my energy down and then like blend
Yeah.
in with whatever environment I'm in. And I didn't know I was doing it for so long. I've had situations where like people didn't know I was in the room until I said something, and they're like, "Oh my god, I didn't know you were there." Because like it's like
Yeah.
a natural thing that I'm able to do.
Okay.
It's just like
Yeah.
blending
It's
You can do that.
shrinking down.
you're shifting your POV,
Yeah,
and we think our POV is what we see, but you can literally become another version. So if you can connect with where you are, like let's say, I don't know, a room even, you can become the room.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's
And so
exactly
that's
what it is. It's like,
I call it jumping in energy. That was
Okay.
what I called it, but it is shifting.
yeah. Well, and then the other way that I use it, like with energy healings and whatnot, is like it's very hard to describe, but it's like as soon as I connect to somebody, it's kind of like I'm wearing their energy as like a bodysuit over mine,
Yes,
and then
that's
I
what I
can
call jumping in
feel-
energy. Oh,
Yeah,
you do it too.
But I call it shape shifting because it's almost like I'm saying like,
Yeah.
okay, if I were like I sent Trent energy the other day, right? So I was like, okay, if I were Trent, what would I feel like? And it's
Yeah.
just like, okay, like puts on like this little like bodysuit, and I'm like, okay, now I can see that. Now I can see and feel where I need to go. And then at the end, it's like, okay, I just take this little bodysuit off, and then I kind of go back to doing my own thing. But it's like it's always been so hard to describe it to other people because they
my
get
God.
freaked out. They're like, how do you
I know.
feel? Like, how do you know that like I have an ache in my shoulder? And that like I have a knot in my stomach, and that like I have a headache, and I'm like, I literally just asked for a copy of your shit, and then I put it on.
Yeah.
Do the energy work, and then I take it off.
Oh my God, Camille, like I'm cracking up because basically like I think it goes for both of you. When someone is like an energy family member or something like that, this is the thing that happens. So
Yeah.
I've never ever heard anyone be able to do that exactly how you're doing it, except for two other people, and both of them are my energetic daughters. So I'm like, when you're saying it, I'm like, I'm dead.
Yeah. Well, I don't really talk about it a lot, because it's
Because people do take it weirdly because
it's weird. It's very
But
even in like the
way
energy
that you
healing
do-
community, people are not cool with it.
yeah.
have to.
So I think it's okay with client to client, but I think you need to find a way that makes a way of understanding why you're doing it. Like we're gonna talk about it, and we can talk about it in a second.
Sure.
But you need to know that so that you can feel confident that it's not creepy. Because I think it's because the reason why people would think it's creepy is because the idea of thinking that everyone could do that is like they would think of like scary people, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Hey, I
that's
promise
not how it works.
you are
Like,
way
wouldn't be able to
less
do it,
creepy
if
than I
that
am.
makes sense. It's
Oh, I'm so sorry. Go ahead. I was lagging. It keeps cutting out your guys'
Oh,
voices,
it's
so I thought
cutting
no one
out,
was
trying to-
talking, and I'm like, oh, wait a second. I'm just going. I apologize.
Oh, what did you say?
I said, sorry for speaking
Oh,
over
it's
you.
cutting
It
out
went
again.
quiet, so I thought you had stopped talking, and I looked down, and then here, I'm stepping back outside. I thought you had stopped talking. My connection just went away, so I did not mean to interrupt.
Oh no, that's okay. But
I
yeah,
was
so
going to-
basically, oh, go ahead.
How do you two do that is what I was trying to get to, because mine is much more aggressive. I look at people and I pretend, I ask myself, and I don't mean to do this, I think it's just from hunting all the time, but I look at them like, okay, if I have to hunt you, how's it going to go down? And then it would immediately tell me if they have pain or if they have this going on, if their mind's in the wrong spot. I don't mean it as a predatorial situation, but I observe people almost as it is. I'm not trying to stalk them.
Yeah.
I just understand.
I see what you're saying. I mean, I could say for me personally, I turn it on and off. Like I don't live in that state all the time. Like the other part of my thing is like energy protection is very big, and I know that like it's almost like what you're talking about, boundaries, right? Like that's the way that I look at energy protection is like not blending into everybody all the time. You know, like because it's like
That's
I
what I
used
always
to
say.
do
People
that.
are like, "How do you protect yourself?" And I'm like, "Boundaries."
Yeah, it's just boundaries because it's like I don't want to feel everybody's stuff all the time. I've done that, and it's like that has drained me and made me a shell of a person.
Yes.
So it's like I turn it off and I turn it on. So like when I'm about to do a session or like work on somebody or work on myself, immediately turns
Tim
on,
and I were talking about this.
and then like when I'm done, turns off, and I cleanse. And I clear and I go back to just like my life, if that makes sense. So like for me, it's like the intention.
Oh no, it's
and I
we can't
make
hear
sure
you,
it's-
Camille.
I
I think the internet's being weird.
Oh, you know what? I'm about to get a storm, I think.
Here, let me change the internet. Maybe this will help.
that better? Can you hear me?
Yeah. I think it's mine. I think it might be mine because both of you guys were quiet for a second. Oh, tornado.
Yeah, and I don't really live in a like tornado area, but we've been having storms and stuff, so I didn't know if it was my internet. But the long and short of it was basically intention. I turn it on, I turn it off.
Yes.
Which isn't the same for everything that I do, but for that specifically, I don't I'm also one of those people that I don't like being in somebody's stuff like that feels personal. Like it's very, very intimate. So I'm like, I don't feel comfortable just being like, I'm just gonna see what's going on in them unless they like specifically ask me to do it. And once they like ask me to do it, it's just automatic kind of at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, so it is definitely about boundaries, and when boundaries about yourself as well, because we forget about that. There's boundaries with other people, there's spiritual boundaries, and there's boundaries with yourself.
Yep.
And when you get all those, you work on those constantly as things come up, and you hear out those versions of you, then you're good to go. And it's not as mine is so with a multi-focus is overwhelming. I do both. I'm like jumping in and I'm like, oh hell no, I'm not doing this. And you can literally set it to not do that.
Yeah.
Because it's your job. Not just your job. You're a human, so you should not have to deal with that if that's ruining your experience.
Mm-hmm.
And you can turn it back on, or you can ask, okay, so why is this actually happening as a human? Is there a way to change it? Blah blah blah. I've done that many times with energies, and I was talking earlier in the live about contracts, and people think contracts are like contracts like with who you're gonna. That's what a contract is. It's finding out how much and what style of your energy is let through. It's not a contract like, oh, you need to do this and that. It's like, so let's say your energy is this gigantic energy. And there's all these things that they had to do to get you here to be a human. They're going to only let certain things through because of like how it is and style and blah, 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 of how it's expressed to the human. So that comes with the ancestors that you choose. So your genetics, your body and all that stuff, all the different things. And so you choose all those things. And so like, not you, but whatever, it gets chosen somehow because it's different every single time. And you don't have to do those things, and that's what your sovereignty is, like building your sovereignty and making sure that you're like, okay, well, I don't like how I look at someone and they do blah blah blah, but I want to know why I don't like that. I want to know why it was put there in the first place. That kind of stuff. That's you negotiating and rewriting and rescripting. So yes, it's written in the code of you, but do you need to have that code? No. But the way that you change it is by finding out why you have it. What is it? Why do you need that? How did it accumulate? How did you develop it? All that stuff. And you're able to readjust it. And not only will you fix a contract, but you're also going to be able to, like I said, it's not really a contract, it's how it's coming through. Mm-hmm. And how to deal with that, which is the enforcement of things. Like we said, then I was talking about boundaries, how there's a boundaries, which I was telling you, Trent, about to write your manifesto as it comes. Each time something happens you don't like, you're like, nah, every time you like something, I love this. Those are your boundaries, and then you enforce those boundaries. And the way that you enforce the boundaries is how you decide to talk to others. So you don't even need to talk to anyone until you end up being with another person or interacting with them.
Yeah. No, that makes sense to me. Like, I kind of feel like, it's funny, all these conversations we've been having, and then like, been like looking on the Patreon and whatnot, and like, in the one sense, I'm like, okay, we've all been looking at this way more complicated than it needs to be.
Yes.
But then on the other hand, it's like, oh, but there's actually so much more that's not being talked about.
Yeah. Exactly.
So again, paradox again, right?
We're going to talk about it. When you experience that and you think that, that's what we were talking about earlier in the live. I was talking to Tatum. that's the cool part, is that you are bringing that. When you feel that, you feel like, I want to be somewhere else. I feel like this is something I found out in my sad moments of feeling that there's no one there and there's like a veil on me. That's basically what it was. I was rebuilding things by feeling that way. So we think when we're alone, but later you realize, like, oh, I was building this.
Yeah.
So it wasn't just that I'm going through this and like doing my thing. I'm restructuring this, and it's painful because it's the opposite everywhere else. But I'm building that for myself and everyone so that we can have this. Because if I didn't do that, it wouldn't exist, right? Like, so it's like, yes, okay, I can do things and put it out there, but I need to have it. I need to be able to speak to everyone. I need to be there. I need to be the temple of me, right? Because even if I have the stuff, how do I put that stuff together for people? I have to have my shit together. I have to work on having my shit, you know what I mean? So when we feel those painful moments, it sounds like a bit like weird, but it is us restructuring it. We just don't know. Like we think like, oh, I have to do that. So and also Tatum, I got to meet Tatum. She used to say this to me because when in my classes I did a lot of art, where we'd take art pieces and jump into the art and things like that, and I'd show people how, and it was so cute because everyone brought in their own thing. And then everyone stopped, and it was weird, so I stopped doing it. I just stopped coming. It was so weird. But anyway, it was really amazing when it was popping off, and we were loving it. And she said this. She said, well, why not just have it like that? And I was like, it's like, why not, like, why aren't all these stories being told? And I'm like, because you're supposed to tell them. Yeah. You're supposed to put them in your body and be yourself and exist. You loving that is you. You can show people if you want. You can tell them if you want. But you bringing those in and you loving that right there, like, because we would do all kinds of cool stuff. We would go all kinds of fun things. People think, oh, there's just this. No, there's like a million of that. Like when I talk to Botticelli, there's so many Botticellis. It's just which one do you want to talk to and why and what's your intention? And she's just like, but why don't people know this? And I'm like, because that's what you do. You bring it by doing this. You're bringing it here. All your pain, all your joy, all your excitement. You're bringing it. Whether you express it to others or not, it doesn't matter. I could sit in my room and never tell anybody anything, and I would still be doing it.
That's the part that like trips me out. Is that because I know that on a certain level that like I technically don't have to do anything, right? Like I technically don't, but there's the part of me that like really wants to. And like really wants to bring
it because you want to do something, not because it's not because you have to.
No, and actually, I used to joke that like my ideal job, if I could pick a job, it's a job that doesn't even exist anymore. But I would be, the what are they called, the Pithy or whatever, the Oracle of Delphi, right? And like work 9 days a year, right? And like just bring through these cryptic messages and then go sit somewhere and eat grapes. Like that is my ideal job. Is like that's
the funny part is, why that's your ideal job is because there's a version of you that is.
Yeah, I mean, it's so funny.
You decide if you want that too. Because it's a model of it.
That is
what's really funny that was brought up is those people that are helping me become human, they just offered me a job as a consultant for hunting psychopaths.
Oh, whoa, look at you. That's so cool.
I don't know if I'm going to take it though. I'm wondering if I want to leave that chapter behind.
Yeah,
you don't have to do it right away. You can always say, can I like think about this and like that kind of stuff. But even if you do it, you also can go always. You need to think of those things. You can always stop if it's too much for you. So just think of that. We were talking about that earlier in the live about decisions. Decisions have to do with that. It's like listening to all the versions of you when you're making that decision. One might need to be slow, and all of them are okay. All of them need to be heard.
I was going to create a little bit more distance between myself and the occupation,
There you go.
and Camille just kind of gave me a fantastic idea. We're going to make you an oracle, okay? You got this. I'm going to let you know what I know. You tell it to them, and I'm not going to let them know it's me.
I love it. I love it.
I got a bad taste in my mouth from it, all right? Yes, I can find them. Everybody argues that, oh, it's impossible to find a psychopath. That's a lie. Yes, they're good at pretending, but you ain't paying attention to what's going on with them.
Yeah.
That is a stone in the water. That's all you got to look for. Look for the stone in the water.
I believe it.
Maybe Trent, you need to be an oracle. Oh no, I keep giving you a job idea. Stop it. I need to stop.
You know what I want to do? I want to be able to sit down. I want to be able to grow my own food. I want to be able to relax on a hillside and have sun all day long. And I want to cut my own tobacco, dry it, sit there, smoke, and ponder why I'm here. I don't want to force it. I just want to sit back and relax.
I'm getting pretty close to that because of what I've done. So you can do that too. I'm pretty close. I'm getting there, guys. If I can get there, you definitely can. I'm very close to that. Every day I'm like, obviously I have my little human battles to live, but every day I get closer to that. And I'm like, oh my God, it really can happen. So you can do that.
I found a company here in America that is paying $28 an hour for the start off, and then by the end of next year, if I'm still with them, they'll have me at $38 an hour.
Nice.
And I can work anytime I want to, wherever I want to. And the cap right now is you can only have 40 hours at max. But it should put me close to about 10 grand a month. So I'm hoping that throughout this year I can save and then go ahead, buy another house. This time, not let any psychopaths or sociopaths into my life so I can keep it.
Exactly. There you go. See? You have ideas. Okay. Even though this is amazing and I want to keep going, it is 1:44.
Yikes.
We will never sleep. The sleep is for the weak.
Yikes.
We will never rest.
It's not even 9 p.m. and I'm like, man, I am beat.
I come alive anyway, so for me, I'm embracing myself. But it doesn't mean that that's normal for everybody. That's why people always like have horror movies about waking up at 3 a.m. I'm like, that's not even my bedtime yet.
I wake up.
They're like, I woke up at 3:33. I'm like, I saw 3:33.
I woke up at 3:13 for the past 5 nights. I don't know what that's about. It just happens.
You're like, hello. Maybe I'm like, hello. But yeah. But anyway, I'm gonna go.
Alrighty.
You going to bed early?
Before you take off, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm gonna say, Camille, if you're up for it, I have an acquaintance he's a real estate agent on the East Coast. He's trying to get me to come out and visit. I don't know why I know this, but I think he lives a lot closer to you than I could have ever thought he did.
Okay.
But I just had a gut feeling that he's pretty dang close. So I might say hello while I'm in the area.
Okay, yeah, let me know.
Oh, cute.
Awesome, I love it.
But I'm gonna have to hop up here and rock my son to sleep. He's tired and cranky.
Yep, I'm getting tired. So.
Good time. And I'm even having a weird throat thing that keeps coming.
Oh no.
They're like, no more talking. Okay. Anyway, this live is amazing. Yeah. Yes. I've been also putting the lives on YouTube, a couple of them, so you guys can go watch those.
Nice.
But I'm not. I'm just don't hold me to it. I'm not consistent with it because YouTube it drives me insane. What the uploading thing drives me insane. But I will do it for you guys. And I might put some on Patreon as well. But I think so far these are like YouTube ones, and I haven't done any YouTube stuff in a while. So I think I've done about 4 or 3. No, 3. 3. You guys can have a look. One of them is the guy, the little cute guy. Oh,
Oh, love it.
I know.
And I want to test something real quick just because it's nagging at me before I hop off here and get him down
Okay.
to bed. Camille, do you know any tall white boys that have very long ginger hair, red hair, but dressed in business professional, but the rest of them is like hippie vibe? Have you ever seen anybody in your area or that looks like that?
I mean, probably. I'd have to really think about it.
I don't know why I'm just getting deja vu. Like, I've already visited, I've already been there, and I went there with Alfred.
Oh, white guy, long red hair. I mean, I live in a pretty densely populated area, so like, probably. I'm sure. Like, I trust your energy. If you think he's in this area, he probably is.
He's always looking around. No, it's just he asked me to come out to the East Coast, and I'm like, "Where on the East Coast are you talking about?" He goes, "Dude, you know me. You can feel me. You know where I am." I'm like, "Can you stop that?" He's one of the few people I've met before.
Yeah.
Stopped, stared at me, goes, "You know me, don't you?" I'm like, "No, dude, I don't know who the fuck you are." He's like, No, you know me." And that was the start of that friendship. And then we literally like took over Portland, Oregon, just for shits and giggles, exploring.
Love it.
But I don't know why. I don't know why. I feel like I'm so sorry if I do stumble into you, okay? I'm not stalking you. I'm not trying to scare you.
Oh no.
Completely fine. I understand. Listen, stranger things have happened.
Okay, I might try and come on this weekend. We'll see how this weekend goes. So if you guys are available, I might be coming. Same kind of 9:30ish p.m. Greenwich time. I might have a session, and if I do, then it will be this. But also check out Janine's. I'm gonna be posting Janine's reading, her energy update, and maybe you guys want one too. But yeah, those are usually really cute. So, and she's energy family, so it's really cute. All right.
Alrighty.
Bye, everyone. Enjoy your weekend.
Bye.
Bye.
Guys, have a good night.
And thanks for sharing the great news, Trent.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how it goes. Very excited.